Hello, chat. There you are. Hi. Welcome. Happy Sunday, everybody. I have to be a little mellow today, a little quiet, because it is pretty late, but I really wanted to stream and do stuff. So that's what we're gonna do. Yeah. Oh, hold on. My sub count is broken. Let me fix it real quick. Thank you guys for the subbies so far. Thank you. Let's see. Droid, thank you for the tier 3. Thank you for 7 months. Yeah, thank you so much. Via, thank you for 3 months. Siberius, thank you for 3 months. Thank you guys. Destroyer Nizuma, thank you for 11 months, almost a whole year. Holy shit, thank you. Tai Cruiser, a whole year. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Suki, oh, thank you. Thank you for 10 months. It's so nice to see you. I hope you had a good weekend. Thank you. Migor, thank you for 4 months. Ashness, thank you for 8 months. Anti-Tikimon, thank you for 11 months. Thank you. Choice of music today, we got some lo-fi, some chill hangout music, because I'm going to be switching over to my hand cam in a little bit, and I'm going to be crafting some horny things. I couldn't say that word in the title of the stream because I don't want to, you know, do anything bad for Twitch. Twitch says I can't. But I can still stream it. Crookshank, SCP, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you. Interesting way to put it. It's true. It is very true. Thank you for 2 months. Thank you. Rainy Game Over, thank you for 3 months. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you for starting a hype train. Holy shit, thank you. So yeah, it's gonna be comfy, relaxing crafting, because I really want to make stuff that will be very familiar looking to you guys. I did tease it on Twitter quite some time ago, and I talked about it a little bit on stream some time ago. But we're finally gonna get to making this stuff.
I'm about to go Super Crustacean 3!
Thank you. Whiskey Crab, thank you for a whole year! Thank you so much! And Fractured Flame, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you. So, I had a very eventful weekend. I was gonna tweet about this, but I don't know, some of it's kind of embarrassing. So, I had another streak of weddings. Pretty much, yeah, three weekends in a row of friends getting married in my IRL friend group. And this last one that I went to last night, was a real doozy. Let me tell you. I'm so glad it's over for the most part. There's only like a couple friends left in like my immediate friend group that haven't gotten married yet. So hopefully all the weddings I'm invited to die down, because it's a lot. It's a lot of partying, especially that many times in a row. And I had 3 weddings. Three weddings in a row last summer too. So it's freaking crazy. So to start off, and like all the weddings I've been to, they've all been really, really fun and good vibes, good times. But this last one So, pretty much as soon as everybody started getting on the dance floor, so y'all know about how Bao can really let's just say she can gyrate her ass pretty damn fast. Last night I witnessed a man gyrating his ass faster than Bao herself. And boy, was that a sight to behold. I shit you not. I was like, bro, did you pregame? He was wilding on the dance floor. Did you report him to the council? No. I was clapping. I was like, get it, boy. Gyrate that ass. No, I didn't film it. I should have though. It was so funny. Proof, I don't have any. I'm sorry. I'm so terrible when it comes to taking pictures or videos. I like to make my memories in the moment, and I usually don't think, oh, let me document, let me record this moment so I can remember it forever. I just like to live the moment and experience the moments. That kind of sucks though, because I tend to forget, especially when I hang out with my friends, like all the VTubers that I usually don't see for a very long time. You know, it sucks that I don't have pictures together with them. At least not a whole lot. I don't have any pictures personally. It's usually them taking the photos and sending them to me, which I'm very thankful for. Oh, and thank you guys so much for the more subbies. Thank you. A sorry little sausage. Thank you for the prime sub. Welcome. Alfred Love Soup. Thank you for 7 months. Thank you. Also, this is the embarrassing part of the night. So it was in like a banquet hall, and they had these bathrooms that are like stalls. So it's not like a private individual bathroom kind of deal. And I go into one of the stalls to take a tinkle, right? And as this is so embarrassing. So I'm sitting on this toilet, right? And all of a sudden, the door starts to open. Somebody had pushed the door open, and the lock was super flimsy, so it came undone right at the same moment that this other lady is pushing the door open, and I'm mid-wipe. So I'm like mid-wipe, and then I try to use my other hand to hold the door closed, and so like the door's opening, and I'm slowly pushing the door back closed, and I'm just like, I'm sorry. I apologize to the lady walking in on me, and she didn't say anything. She just walked away. It's like, what am I supposed to do? The lock came undone. I definitely locked it, but then I guess the force from somebody trying to push the door shook the lock free. So here I am, one hand trying to push the door back closed, and the other hand in my crotch. I didn't see what she looked like, and hopefully she didn't see what I looked like, so hopefully it wasn't awkward on the dance floor. I can't unhear that. Later. Not too embarrassing, no? Bro. You realize we wipe from the front, right? It was very awkward. And then, I was also in bed by like 9 p.m. last night because I learned the hard way.
Hi, chat.
how are we doing today?
Hi.
And Sinder, you look great today.
Thank you.
I got Twitter several days ago and am now following you so I don't miss a stream.
Hell yeah.
I especially like your recent tweet, kinda replied on it 3 times.
Oh.
Sinder 6 embarrassed, Sinder 6
Yeah.
embarrassed.
I tweeted what we're gonna be working on today. So, I learned the hard way last night why I was in bed at 9 p.m. when weddings usually party well into the dusk, well into the night, the early morning, I should say. So I was drinking some yummy drinks, some spicy water. One of my friends at the table I was sitting at got this really good wine, and I didn't think I'd like wine, but this stuff went so hard. And then there was this guy that came in and set up it's like a cappuccino bar, something like that. It was like coffee stuff. And at first I thought it was for milkshakes because this guy had a blender and a bunch of chocolate stuff. And I said, oh, I want a milkshake. And then somebody says, oh no, it's like coffee. And then I got a little upset, but I was reading the menu and there was a frozen mocha something. And it was chocolate and ice cream, and it was like a milkshake, kind of, but it had coffee in it. And the bride came over and she's like, yeah, so we have this coffee bar to kind of keep everybody going and energized all night long. And I was like, that's such a good idea. I said, you know what? This like frozen milkshakey kind of thing looks really yummy. And it was right next to the table I was sitting at. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna get one. So I got up and I ordered it, and I chugged that so fast. It was so yummy. So yummy. I think it was called a mochaccino. Mochaccino? I don't remember exactly. I don't know. But it was good. And it was chocolatey, and it was like ice cream. It was like a milkshake. It was so good. Shortly after, I started not feeling so good. And one of my friends was like, oh, are you drinking? And I was like, yeah, a little bit. We're like, yeah, alcohol and milk don't go together at all. And I said, what do you mean? What do you mean? There's wine on the table and there's a milkshake thing right next to me. So, that's why I ended up in bed at 9 p.m. Yeah, I went home a little early. But the good thing is that so they had a dessert table with desserts out, and most of them were covered except for these really pretty colorful macarons. Oh my god. I love those. Those are the cookies, the really colorful cookies with the 2 halves of the hard shell and the creamy filling on the inside. They're not macaroons. There's a big difference between macarons and macaroons, okay? These are macarons. The colorful ones. Macaroons are coconut cookies. Yeah, the pretty patties. Exactly. Yeah. So there's the little baby ones. And there were 2 plates, like 2 kind of relatively small plates, with macarons piled up, right? And the dessert bar, the dessert table, just so happened to be right next to the line of the bar. Like when you get in line to wait for the drink bar for alcohol, you gotta walk by the dessert table. And I looked at one of my friends, and she looks back at me, and we're like, they have macarons. Macarons are usually really expensive, and they're like a really, really good treat. You know, there's brownies, there's chocolate chip cookies, there's cake. They had cannolis too, so I snagged a cannoli later. But we look at each other and we say, those are gonna go so fast. There's only 2 little plates of these macarons. So we both kind of just snatched one, from the dessert table, because those are like the only things uncovered. The rest, like the brownies and the cookies, those are all covered with saran wrap, like plastic wrap. Not the macarons though. So we both snagged one, and they were so good. They were divine. Oh my goodness. So we hatched a master plan. We said, these are gonna go super fast, and they were like crack. They were so fucking good. So there was only about 6 people per table, and so me and the friends that were sitting at this one table, we were like, okay, so in order to make it not look obvious, we're gonna go like up one at a time and just pile like a plate of macarons, like one for each of us, right? So I went up first, and I grabbed like 6 macarons, and I brought them back to the table, and then we each had one, and then somebody else from our table went back up like a half hour later and grabbed more macarons. And mind you, this was before dinner, so we were literally scheming. So I think we went back and forth maybe 3 times to get different flavors, because macarons, they all have different flavors because they're all different colors. There was chocolate and cherry and pistachio and like all different kinds of flavors of these macarons, and they were so yummy. so good. I think there was a lemon one too. Yeah.
Here is to paying the Sinder tax for myself and a few
Thank
fellow
you.
pyro pups unable to pay the tax.
Thank you, Striker. But I remember
So Sinder, care to explain why you weren't wearing a bra on Twitch? I'm pretty sure that violates TOS on Twitch. Kek.
this is a bra. Bikini tops are socially accepted in public, but not bras apparently. It's a bikini. Yeah. So yeah.
Understandable, may God have mercy on your wretched soul.
Pretty much, my friends and I filled up on macarons before dinner, and then only ate a little bit of dinner, and then when we went back up to the dessert table to actually get dessert, all of the macarons were gone. So, it was a good play by us. It was a good play, because I would have been pissed if I missed out. What was dinner? It was like family style, so there's a bunch of different platters of a bunch of food. There's chicken francaise and beef tips and shrimp rice and potatoes and vegetables and bread and then like soup and salad that also came with it and alcohol and more alcohol. It was really good. Wedding food is always good. So I feel like I've been yapping long enough. Let's get into the real meat and potatoes of this stream, shall we? Stupid. Pieman, thank you for 5 months. Thank you. Awaba. Welcome to my humble crafting abode. Yeah, we chillin' and crafting and chillin'.
Macaron tax.
Macaron tax. Thank you, Malfriend. Thank you for the biddies. Redundancy, thank you for 12 months. Happy year. Thank you. So, these might look familiar. Also, my nails are getting kind of fucked up. I'm so sorry if they look ugly. The paint has been like peeling off. This one's like off in a weird spot. It's like really soft. I don't think the paint cured when I got them
So
done.
you had a tummy full of macarons topped off with wine and a milkshake? Oof.
It was like a coffee milkshake. So yes. And I drank a lot before dinner, so that also didn't help. Sharp. Yes. Yeah, so some familiar horns and ear floofs, or I guess ear and floof. Yeah. So, I guess we'll get started. Yeah. It is a lot of horns. They're very, very horny. So, we'll get to crafting. There's gonna be some new techniques that I'm gonna be showing you in this version, this stream, this arts and crafts stream. Thank you for the merch order. That I didn't do in the last one. But there are gonna be some similar techniques, I will say. So, yes, all transparency, we have Tricky, Numi, and Vienna. Two beautiful dragons and a demon. So I'm just gonna put these off to the side for now. And I'll explain how I'm going to be making these. So, we're gonna focus on Numi's horns today. Just to get started, it's the smallest out of the three I have here. Although I do also have... So I felt bad for Numi because Tricky has the horns and the ears, and then Vienna has the horns and her little floofs, her little hair floofs. But Numi only had the horns. So what I'm also going to do is make... And I think maybe I should pull up a picture of what I'm making too. So that way people know. But I'm also going to be making her little hair clips. Her little hair accessories. So she's got... Hold on, maybe I should just pull up a picture for you guys. Let me just like crop it really fast so that way you guys can see exactly what I mean. And also it'll be helpful for me too because I'm gonna need a reference, definitely. Make sure her whole head is in a frame. Her big, cute head.
Yesterday, I went to Fan Expo here in Texas as my steampunk Jedi outfit.
Hell yeah!
Unfortunately, I had to improvise on my pants.
Oh.
Was carrying around a heavy lightsaber with me for 6 hours, and was under 4 layers of clothing.
Did your pants rip?
Suffice it to say, I'm not putting that steampunk Jedi outfit anytime soon.
Maybe in the winter. I remember I used to be so terrible with planning cosplays and like the weather, the seasons, I guess. There's Numi. I love how it's transparent. Oh my god, I'm gonna have her like peeking over chat. Crascots, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. So I'm gonna make her head really big for now. She'll be peeking right here. So, as you can see, there are... Actually, let me move her up here so I can point to stuff. Right here, she has these little hair clips. And these have more of a rounded edge compared to these, which have a more square, rectangular shape. So I made some patterns to reflect that. So this one is the more square hair clip. This is just a pattern I made out of poster board. I like to make... this is what I do when I don't want to create them digitally and print them out of printer paper and then cut it out. I'll just kind of freehand and use my ruler and make measurements like that on poster board or cardstock, something thicker so it's a little more durable when I'm using it to trace onto foam or Worbla or whatever I'm using. And then this one has the more rounded edge. Something about the more square hair clips that she has on this side is that... I'm gonna have to zoom in. This is how attention to detail I am. Let me just like put her in this corner here so she's not like a big scary head. So you can see, let me hold it this way actually. You can see that there's like a little, it almost looks like a cross. It actually is a cross. There's a cross drawn on it. So I kind of drew half of that. I only have half the pattern here. I probably should have said that. I only have half the pattern because it is symmetrical. And then when I trace it, I can just mirror it and it'll be a lot easier than trying to make a pattern that's symmetrical. I can just make half of it and then flip it over. Yeah. So that's what I have there for this one. The other one's gonna be a little more difficult. Look at Numi's big head. I love her. The pink ones. Making that symbol will be a little difficult just because it's so small, but I'll figure something out. Maybe like shrink plastic or something like that. Kiss me, bitch. Mwah, 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 mwah. For Numi. Okay, I'm gonna put her here. So, let me move the other horns out of the way for now.
No, my pants didn't tear. I
Good.
just didn't enjoy wearing black jeans with my button up, brown vest and steampunk jacket.
I don't blame
The good
you.
news out of going is that I'm at a publishing company. For context, I want to be an author/writer.
Hell yeah.
They gave me their information cards and now I'm looking forward to working with them whenever I get the time to.
Nice. So, for the little hair clips, I have this fun box of these. These are just like little clippy clips, and I'm just going to be attaching these to the front like that, so that you'll be able to clip these into your hair, and it'll be nice and easy. And then you won't be able to see the attachment from the front because it fits just barely perfectly onto my pattern here. Check it out, yeah. And because hot glue doesn't stick to metal very well, I'm just going to be contact cementing these attachments together, and I'm going to do the same thing for the other ones. So we've got 4 total that we'll be making because she's got 2 blue ones and 2 pink ones. And then for the horns, we're going to be using more foam clay. Oh, I didn't even tell you the material I'm going to be making these out of. So yes, I'm going to be putting clips on the back, but I'm also gonna be using a brand new material that I haven't used on arts and crafts before. I've only talked about it a little bit, but I can actually show you guys this time because we're going to be working with it. So this stuff, hold on, I've got quite a few pieces. Okay. This stuff is called Warbla. Warbla is a thermoplastic. So it comes in big sheets, and essentially it is just plastic. You heat it up and then you can shape it into different things. You can sculpt with it, you can bend it, shape it, heat it, cut it, whatever you need it to do. No, it is not foam. It is rather rough. This is the original classic default version of Warbla. This is just normal Warbla, the tan brown color Warbla. So it has a rough surface on one side and then the other is shiny. This is the glue side. So you can fold this and stick it to itself. You can stick it to other pieces of Warbla, and it's usually a very, very strong bond sticking Warbla to Warbla. This brown stuff is usually what you'll see a lot of people making armor out of for cosplays. Mostly breastplates, just because it's so durable and strong, and also other really structural pieces that you want to be very strong. The breastplate that I made that ended up snapping was made with this stuff, which is called black Warbla, because it's black. But it is different from regular Warbla in the sense that it is a lot smoother of a surface than regular Warbla. Usually you have to use a lot of layers of primer, sand this down to get it really smooth. But black warbler has a much smoother surface. It is very hard to see on camera. But in person, you can feel the difference and see the difference, especially when you're priming and painting whatever you're making this out of. Same properties, got glue on the backside. Really, the major difference is that it is smoother, but it does not have a stronger hold as the regular warbler. So this is good for structure. This is really good for detail work or pieces that you want to have a really smooth finish on. Of course, it's usually you can get foam to look pretty smooth, but if you want something really durable, people usually use this for shoe armor, something that'll get kind of scuffed up and rough around the edges a little bit. This stuff is really durable, more so than foam. You won't get any kind of scratches or indentations like foam might. And the paint also won't crack because this is not very flexible. It has a little bit of flex, but once you have all your armor pieces layered together and stuff, it usually doesn't go anywhere. But yeah, this is a black warbler. There's tons of other kinds of warbler. This is just the kinds that I have that I've worked with. And there's other kinds of thermoplastics too, not just warbler. There's Fibra and I think red warbler, and they all have different properties, but these are the ones that I use the most. Also, this stuff gets very hot and dangerous because you have to use a heat gun to use it and to heat it up. So be careful using warbler. And that being said, if you kind of melt this down a lot, you can mush it into almost like a clay-like substance, and you can sculpt with it. So you can make filigrees and all kinds of fancy details with warbler. I wouldn't recommend doing that unless it's only on a little piece because this stuff gets very heavy. It's a lot heavier than foam. It might not seem like it because it's a thin plastic and, you know, it's pretty lightweight, but this is just a little piece. It's not a whole set of armor with different layers. So keep that in mind, yeah. Warbler armor is very uncomfortable as opposed to foam, so... I don't know if I'd recommend it. It all depends on what you want to make.
I don't have time to watch the stream right now.
That's okay.
But I came to say have a good rest of the stream, Sinder 6 Rate, Sinder 6 Tail.
Thank you. So, this last piece is clear warbler. It is clear. This behaves very, very differently from the other kinds of warbler. It almost behaves like a vinyl, and it feels like a vinyl if you've ever felt clear vinyl before. Pretty much just like that, except it's probably a lot more expensive. But it'll also keep its shape when it's heated up. People use this for all kinds of transparent pieces and cosplays, prop making, stuff like that. It's very difficult to work with just because of the nature of it. It doesn't hold the shapes as well as these other kinds of warbler. Another thing that you can do with this is make molds. I guess not molds, but you can cast things with it. Say if I had like a skull, right? If I had a skull in front of me, you can put the warbler on top of the skull, heat it up with a heat gun, and then kind of press in the shapes of the skull, like the eyes and the nose and stuff. And you could have a hollow copy of a skull or whatever kind of thing that you want to make a replica cast out of. So that's another option that you can use with warbler. You can layer it, do all kinds of stuff with it. But for this, we're not going to be doing anything fancy with warbler. We're simply going to be making these little pieces just because I wanted something with a little more structure, because hair clips are usually like hard and sturdy. So I didn't want anything too squishy like foam. So I want a nice hard surface for these hair clips. And because I don't need it to have that much strength or structure, I will probably use the black warbler just because it's smoother and I feel like it is the best material for the job. Yeah. Warbler, it's actually spelled W-O-R-B-L-A. Warbler. War. Not like a fight war. War. Warbler. Yeah. So, the method we're going to be using for the hair clips is, it's called the sandwich method. So, let me get my Sharpie out. I have more pieces of this too, but since Warbler is very, very expensive, everybody, no matter who it is, when they're talking about Warbler or making a video about Warbler, they always say, save your scraps. Every little scrap of Warbler, none of that is gonna go to waste because you can melt it all down, smush it together like I was saying before, but you can do it with a bunch of different pieces too, and it'll all kind of mush together like clay almost. It'll get very, very hot though, so if you still have fingerprints and they're not all burned off, make sure to wear heat-resistant gloves or something like that, so that way you stay safe. Yeah, stay safe. So, let's see, how do I want to do this? I suppose because, let me zoom in a little bit more to show you guys exactly what we're working with here. So it's these little blue pieces that I have the patterns for. And you can kind of see these little yellow rectangles that are attached to the blue pieces. I'm trying to decide if I want those to be separate or attached. Ooh, I can actually show you guys another technique. Okay, so I'm not going to use the Warble yet. I'm going to use some 2mm AVA foam, otherwise known as craft foam, and I'm going to trace everything onto the craft foam. Another technique that I haven't talked about yet, actually let me move Numi, how do I want to do this? I also don't want her blocking anything. I'll just move her back. I'll move her back here. She's so cute. So, another technique is, I don't know what it's called, but pretty much you can score the foam with a craft knife or X-Acto knife or any kind of blade, and after you make a cut in the foam, you can use a heat gun, and that causes the foam to shrink. And when that happens with a cut in the foam, it actually opens it up. So you can do a lot of really intricate detail work, and it almost looks like engraving in the foam. It's really, really cool. So I think I'm gonna do that with the little crosses and with these little extra extendy bits that's on here. Again, this is a very, very thin pattern, so you can tape this down so it doesn't move around on you too much. I've got some strong nails, but yes, they should still work. So this is what the pattern looks like in full. I'm gonna line up these pieces here and make sure they don't move around. It's not perfect, but stay. I think I made it a little too thick. So actually, hold on, I can test the thickness. Yeah, it's a little too thick. That's also the wrong one. I want this one. I want the squarish one. The squarish. Actually, not too far off. I'm just kind of gonna go over my lines. This one is perfectly symmetrical, but it doesn't have the little nubs off the side. Because what I do to make symmetrical patterns is I kind of just folded it in half this way, cut it, and then I folded it in half hot dog style and then cut it again. But this is a separate piece that I cut, so I didn't have too many creases in it. Yeah, Numi's just here. We're making stuff for Numi, that's why. Yes, so we definitely want to cut on the inside of the foam. I'm gonna grab my foam scissors. You can also use a knife for this, but since the pieces are kind of intricate and I don't really trust myself very much with clean cuts, I'm just gonna use my scissors. I'm very careful. I'm gonna make sure I get this on screen for you guys. On camera. It's okay if it's not perfect, and I will show you why, because the Warbler, since it's kind of thick, it can be a little bit forgiving. Also depends on what you're making. I'm cutting out the little cross pieces.
Do not run with your scissors.
I will not. You better not either. I'm also trying to make sure I'm not really angling my cuts. I want to keep them as straight as possible. They are kind of rectangular, but they have a bit of a curve. So I'm just making sure they're not too sharp. Although the cross parts are kind of sharp, so I want to make sure those are good. Missed a little cut here. I'm trying to get these perfect. Symmetry is so fucking hard. Why? Why is this so hard? And then we gotta do another one of these. I might want to redo this one. Maybe I'll try it with the blade. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. But essentially, this is what we're working with. And just because this is like our little practice one, I'm going to show you what I mean by scoring the foam and opening up the cuts. So I've got my little knife here. And also on my pattern, I have it marked where the little cross should be. Actually, let me make a little dot. Just that way I have a little reference. A little reference, yeah. So we're just gonna score the foam lightly. You don't want to cut all the way through. You just want to make little light cuts. It's very hard to see, but I cut into the foam around where those dots are. And I'm also going to cut where these two little pieces meet on the sides. On the sides like that, right here and here. And then this is where the magic happens. I'm definitely gonna want to do this a little bit cleaner, but I'm gonna get my heat gun out. I always get a little nervous when I'm streaming. My hands are a little extra shaky. They're normally shaky, but you know, especially when Numi's on the screen. Okay, so one of my family members had to borrow this, and I guess they unplugged it without turning off the switch or something. That's not safe. Anyway, let me just throw these foam scraps out. So, I learned my lesson last time to not use my heat gun on my cutting mat. So, I have a little pizza tray. Normally I do this on a glass table, but I don't have that with me. So I'm going to heat this up, and unfortunately you won't really be able to see it happening live because it's so small, but I will show you. So this is the before shot. Ready? Hold on, let me try to make this easier for you to see. I'm gonna try coloring over the dots that I made. If that helps at all. Before shot, you can kind of see the little scores on the sides. Now I'm gonna heat it up. I'm heating up the rest of the foam just so that way it all has the same finish, because it does melt the foam a little bit. But let me do a little bit more. Might need to cut a little bit more too. Boop-a-doo. This is going over here. So now, how long do you heat it up? Until you can see the change. So now, you see the lines a little bit more. Now it looks three-dimensional. Yeah, look at all those lines. It's hard to see the cross just because I had my other marks there. But if you had thicker foam, like 5, 6, 7, 8 millimeter foam, you can get some really, really deep cuts. I actually have some here, so let me show you. This is 6 millimeter foam right here. Let me cut a little piece. I guess like X's. Let me do another one. All right, so thicker foam. You can see it a lot better on thicker foam. So I made a few cuts. I did a couple lines and a little squiggle and some X's. So now when we heat it up, you might be able to see it happening Stop moving. Can you see it? Happening live? It's hot. Normally you want to get a bigger piece so you're not directly touching the heat. But depending on how deep the cuts are, these cuts are a lot deeper than these cuts. And you can get
Dicks!
You can get some really cool detail work like this. So if you had some like something you want to make with engraving on it, you can use this method if you're using foam. You can also use like a soldering iron or a wood burning tool, but that creates really, really nasty fumes, and sometimes it's a little harder to control. So yeah, this is I don't even know what to call this. Heating up the foam that you score and opening up the cuts with heat. Yeah. I love shrinkage. Foam shrinkage. It is magic, yes. So yeah, we kind of did that with our little hair clippies here. So, I'm just gonna see what this looks like with Warbler. Just because I want to see if it takes thin foam like this. I'm gonna deepen these a little bit more, but not too much because this is really thin foam as it is, and we don't want it to completely get cut off. A little bit more. Okay. So, Warbler. Using black Warbler. Where's my piece of Warbler? There's my piece of Warbler. I'm gonna get my Warbler scissors. And because we're gonna use the sandwich method, I want a piece of Warbler that's a little bit bigger than the piece we're covering. Like that. And then we're gonna cut another one. Save your scraps. So for best results, we want the glue side, the shinier side. This is the rougher side with the texture. This is very smooth and shiny, so we want that facing up. And then we want the glue side facing down over here, like this. And then we're gonna sandwich our two pieces together. And then we're gonna heat this up. And we will watch the magic. So now that the Warbler is soft and sticky, we can press it down. You can see it kind of taking shape. And I also like to use like a little like sculpting tool, or even like an end of a paintbrush. Although I can use my nails, I guess, yeah. Depending on what you have at your disposal to really define these edges. A little bit more. And then once the warbler starts to cool, it will harden back up again. But we can always reheat it and re-sculpt. You can kind of see the cross a little bit. I'm just trying to press it into the foam to get as much
Hey Cinder,
detail.
what happened to the last stream? I had internet issues when you got to mine, so I wanted to rewatch it.
Sometimes there's situations that happen live, especially when usernames and real names are involved. So I don't want anybody feeling uncomfortable if they were to accidentally dox themselves or anything of that nature were to happen. So sometimes I'm unable to keep signing streams up for that reason. Yeah, better safe than sorry. So now the warbler has hardened again. And you can see it's starting to take shape. Our little hair clip. So let me zoom in again so you guys can see it a little bit better. This blue hair clip, or these blue hair clips right here. Right there. So that's what we're making. So what we're gonna do next is heat it up, and then we can cut around these edges while it's nice and soft and get our shape. And of course the back is just flat warbler. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'll move her back so that way I can still see chat. I can still see you guys. Make her a little smaller. Yeah, there we go. There she is. Okay. A little loud again. Now keep in mind, when you are shaping something with warbler, if you were to heat it back up again, it will go back to its original state. So I need a little more heat to make it a little softer.
I sadly have to go to bed.
That's okay.
Got a visit from the bigwigs tomorrow. Have a wonderful stream, Cinder, mods
You
and
too.
chat. Also
Thank
egg.
you. Alright. So now we can start cutting. Right on the lines where these pieces connect. And doing this while it's warm actually helps pinch the warbler together. So that way it kind of sticks. Let go. There you go. So now the edge looks something like that. Still gotta get in here a little bit, but more or less like this. And I'm gonna want to heat it up again. And cut. You don't want to cut it too close because then our little sandwich can open back up. And this is why I said it's okay if your little foam base isn't completely perfect, because the thickness of the Warbler can build it back up a little bit again. Like our little rectangular curves. So you can kind of see that there's a little bit of an angle on this side, so I can press this in a little bit closer to the foam and then make a cut a little bit closer, like our first cut. It's just hard to get the scissors in this way when this piece is in the way. So I'm gonna try heating it up again. And another thing, you don't always have to use foam to sandwich between the Warbler. You can also use 2 layers of Warbler like this. If you want something a little bit thicker to build up, then you can just kind of shape that Warbler. What some people actually do is, let's say if this piece of Warbler was like a bracer, like a piece of armor, right? You can use little strips of Warbler and glue it on top to make decorative trim. I've seen it a lot in like WoW armor builds. There's always like this decorative trim that goes around everything. So you can definitely use it for that. If you want just like a nice thin little detail design or detail work or something like that. And you can keep even the tiniest little bit of scraps, because these little scraps, when you heat them up, like all these, even if it's double layered like this, what you can do, this gets very hot, so please be careful. Carefully. And also I can show you guys really how flexible this stuff is. So you can bend it and squish it. We're on the topic of horns, so let me make like a very, very tiny baby horn with the Warbler. So we started with 2 little
Sinder
layers
gets
mashed
and is
together.
very hot, so please be careful.
So now, with our little sculpted Warbler, we made it into a little spike. A little tiny horn spike. So you can do a lot with this stuff. It does get heavy if you use a lot of it all at once. But you can smush it into like a ceramic or glass surface to get it flat. Like the base of this little spike that I'm making. So now there's a flat surface to glue onto for whatever you want. Yeah, look it. So you can do flat detail work like this, sandwich between foam, or you can just mash the Warbler down, heat it up, and smush it together. It is shiny. It gets shinier when it's heated up. It's another visual sign that you can tell when it's hot enough to work with. You might have to smooth it out a little bit when you're kind of mashing it together. You might want to kind of knead the Warbler a little bit, because you can still see like where the different sections were smushed together. But like on this side, it's really, really smooth because I kind of rolled it in my hands a little bit before I smushed it together. It's almost completely cool, but very, very hard and sturdy. Like this little point here did not dull, because this stuff is very, very, very sturdy. Essentially, it's plastic. It's thermoplastic, so it gets very, very hard. Unlike foam, which is squishy. I'm getting a little bit on my dish here. Cool, now I've got a little warbler spike. But like I said, even like
I
the
have a small
smallest
question
scraps,
for you.
you can save
Which
and
one
melt
do
down
you
into
think
anything.
is more overrated? Dinosaurs or dragons?
Um,
Also, cosplay ASMR? Cinder 6 Zoom, Cinder 6 Zoom.
Just a comfy stream. Dinosaurs or dragons? Overrated. I don't know. I like them both. Making dice with Orbital? Yeah, you can. You can do a lot of stuff with Warbler. Get creative with it. I'm gonna cut the rest of this. Cut. Cut. This is very hot when it is squishy and malleable. So if you want to attempt to work with Warbler, try it for the first time maybe. Please be careful. Please. I am very heat resistant by nature. I have also worked with this many times. So I'm used to knowing what my limits are with working with this stuff. Come here. There you go. So I'm gonna refine the shape a little bit more. It's totally okay to work in small sections, especially with Warbler. Not only because it's hot, but because you can always keep reheating it and reshaping it as many times as you need. No need to rush. Warbler is no rush. And also, if you find that your Warbler piece is kind of curving on you a little bit, you can always just reheat it up and press it flat against a nice hard heat safe surface, and it will straighten out again. So again, I will be kind of reheating this up and pressing in on these corners here to really get them nice and sharp and flush to the foam on the inside as possible. And then you can kind of see these little scores that we made in the foam. We can also press those in to really work it into the Warbler. Let me zoom in on this again.
Also, a bit of science for you. Hold hot things by threads, screws, if they have them, greater surface area to cool down and less contact area with your hand.
Just these little, I gotta make this a little bit more of a square, like this end, so that way they match. Because you can kind of see on the bottom one, the end, and there's a little cross here. So I might actually make it out of separate pieces. Unless I can... Hold on, let me try something else. Gotta be very careful. I'm gonna try it. I'm going to get out my knife, and I'm going to use the blunt side, the side that doesn't have the blade, and I'm gonna press it in You don't want to use the blade side because obviously you don't want to cut the warbler. I'm also going to press it flat. Because it kind of made this little bump. I don't want it to look lumpy. Might try the same thing with the cross. Just using the back side of my blade and just gently pressing into the foam that we scored. It's not exactly in the center, but when I zoom in, you can really see those indentations a lot better. You see, chat? You see? You see? Just for my own sanity, let me make this more square so it looks more like our reference image here. Gonna have to heat it up a little bit. Look at it! I'd say that looks pretty similar. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And since these hair clips look like, you know, they have some substance to them, they're a little bit thicker. And these are essentially barrettes. But I'm making them with these little, I think they're called duckbill clips, duckbill hair clips, because they look like little duck mouths. And you'll notice that one end is flat and the other end kind of curves up like this. Thank you for the merch order. Enjoy your hat. So what I'm gonna do is glue the flat side to the hair clip, and it just barely fits because I measured before making my patterns. And that way, when you want to put these in your hair, you can just squeeze the back side, put them into the hair like that, and then that way it'll stay straight in your hair. If these were, because also the hair right here kind of goes around the head, so this will follow the curve of the head. If this was something maybe on the top of the head, you know, if this was sitting flat on top of the head, then having this clip would kind of angle it up a little bit with the curve of the head. But because these are clipped towards the top of the head, and also, oh my goodness, also these pink ones at the bottom, it will be easier to do it this way. So what I could do is cover this in Warbler. You could actually cover this whole half of the clip in another layer if you wanted to, and then stick it right on, because Warbler sticks to itself very well. But I think I'm going to contact cement it. Contact cement usually doesn't go anywhere, but I'm not going to glue these to anything yet until it's painted, because I want to paint it first. And I also think that I would be able to get this really nice and smooth if I primed and sanded it down a little bit, because you can see here it looks a little bit smoother on the front side from where I was kind of pressing it down, and on the back it's super flat and smooth just because I've been pressing it down while I've been working on it. But if you can see up close on the sides, it's not really focusing very well. But the more the Warbler stretches, you can also kind of see the seam where the two layers of Warbler connected. Because this top layer curved around to meet the layer on the bottom, it stretched a little bit. And when Warbler stretches a lot, I can actually show you, it creates more of a texture. So it becomes very textured. Okay. So here we have smooth warbler. And then as you start to stretch it apart around whatever you want to mold or any kind of surface, you can see it becomes kind of crackled. It almost looks like gravel. You can kind of see it there. See how there's more of a texture compared to this? You can kind of see it. Yeah, that's a good shot of it. The cross is very smooth, whereas our scrap piece is very bumpy and it has a lot of texture. So that's kind of what happens, just a little bit around the edges on the sides here. So that's why people usually prime and sand these down to get it as smooth as possible. So I might do that, especially because painting straight onto warbler usually doesn't look very good, depending. And if you don't prime these, if you don't prime warbler, you can actually scratch the paint right off of these. So make sure to prime your stuff. Yeah, but essentially this is the method I'm going to be using for Numi's little hair clips. Look at that! Doesn't it look just like it? I could just paint the crosses on, and I could just paint the little yellow rectangles on the sides of the cross, but it looks a little more put together like this. That's nice. Hey Phoenix, what's up? Hi. We're making VTuber horns. I swear, this is a horn stream. There, horns, horns. But I'm also making her hair clips because I felt like it. So yeah, I'm not gonna be working with more warbler tonight just because it's starting to get a little late and my housemates are going to bed and I don't want to wake them up with the noise of the heat gun. So I'm just gonna put these off to the side, and I am going to be making another copy of these later, and then I will be making, give me a second, Numi. I'll be making Numi's other hair clips, these pink ones. This one. These hair clips, these pink ones. I'll be making those also with the same warbler method. I'm not sure how I'm gonna make that like squiggly S shape just because it's very intricate and it's very small. So I think I'm gonna do another technique for that. It's called shrink plastic, and essentially it is a sheet of plastic that you can draw on, color, and cut. And then once you have exactly what you want, you put it in the oven and bake it like a cookie or a cake. And after you do that, you can actually see it happening while it's in the oven. It actually shrinks down. And that's how a lot of people make homemade acrylic charms or pins and stuff like that. They use shrink plastic. So I think it'd be easy to use shrink plastic because I can draw it on a larger scale, and then that way when I put it in the oven it'll shrink down and I might be able to get it, because essentially what we're trying to do is get, let me put it on this side. We're trying to get something this big with a detail that's that small. This little like squiggly S shape thing. So we need to get something to fit pretty much here. It's a very small space. So I'm not sure what that will scale to, so I'm gonna have to do a couple rounds of trial and error, but I think I might try shrink plastic. I'll keep you guys posted. See, things like that I can't really do on stream because I need to run back and forth to the oven. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm just gonna put my little pizza stone off to the side. Make sure my heat gun is unplugged. And again, friendly reminder to please make sure.
I did say last stream I'd pay my Sinder tax when I got home, and while I'm a man of my words, Sinder 60 Lexical.
Paladin? Thank you so much! 25,000 bits? That's way more than the normal tax. What the hell? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. That means so much to me. Thank you. Didn't have to do that, but it means the whole world to me. So, I was saying, make sure to practice safety when working with tools like these. Heat guns are very dangerous, and this metal tip gets very, very hot, even if you only use it once. So please, make sure it's standing up and on a stable surface, very far, far, far away from where you're working so you don't bump it. I'm gonna have it resting on my pizza stone, so in case it does fall over, it will fall onto a surface that won't get burned. Because last time I heated up foam right on my cutting mat and it warped it a little bit, so I don't want to do that. But we have Numi hair clip number 1 that we can prime and sand and paint. Probably go back in with more heat just to refine the shape of this a little bit more. Then we'll be making another one of these rectangular hair clips that are the cross shapes, and then these more rounded ones are the pink ones. One has a little semicircle on the bottom of it, and the other one has that really intricate shape. So those will be a little bit different, but these are pretty much just 2 identical hair clips. So I will put these off to the side because this is the horn stream. I just wanted to show you guys the Warbler with the kind of noisy heat gun first before it got too late, because I don't live alone and I like to be respectful, because they are always respectful when I'm streaming, not to cause too much of a ruckus, so I don't want to be too loud when they're trying to sleep, especially if they have to go to work in the morning. I don't have to do that. So I put all these things away. Or I say away, off to the side. And we will continue with Numi horn. So, for the horn, I am going to be working with foam clay. For those of you who weren't here for the last crafting stream, this is foam clay. Essentially, it is foam with clay-like properties. So you can sculpt it. It behaves almost exactly like clay right out of the tub. And then, hold on, let me show you. It's all under my nails. Okay, like this. It's like clay. You can sculpt it and shape it into whatever kind of funny, funky details that you want. And then, after about 48 hours, it cures into a foam shape. Not that shape. I mean, you could sculpt that if you wanted to. But don't pay attention to what this is. This is foam clay after it has cured completely. It is a little bit squishy, and it is no longer like clay. This is the same stuff, the same substance. You can also sand. This has little sanding marks on it. You can sand it down with sandpaper or a Dremel. You can use a soldering iron or hot knife or wood burning tool to do like a realistic kind of texture, like for a horn. If you wanted to, you can do all kinds of cool stuff. You can add more foam clay to it. Like, let's say if you were making a horn and you wanted like a little ridge, like some horns have, you know, like around the base like that, you can do that and it'll stick right to this. I'm not done with this yet, but essentially you can do a lot with this stuff. So I'm going to be using foam clay to sculpt Numi's horns. Since they are on the smaller side, you know, they're not like thick and round like this. They have a little bit of detail and they're kind of a complex shape because they're hollow. There's like a little cutout where her horns are. So in order to make sure that I sculpt the right size, I'm going to trace the horns onto 2mm foam. This way it'll guarantee that it won't be any bigger than the foam piece, and I kind of have a guide on how big I want to sculpt this. By the way, I talked about pattern making in my last crafting stream, but essentially what I did to make these and the patterns for Tricky and Vienna, I ended up taking full body images of their models. Usually reference sheets are great for this, and I created a line that measured my height. That way I can kind of get an accurate scale, and I sized up the full body images and I lined up the top of the head and the bottom of the feet to the line that was my height. So it was the similar proportions, I would say. And then this is all done in Adobe Illustrator, by the way. If you don't have Adobe Illustrator, there are other methods you can do to make props and things of that nature. It's just the easiest method I have. But in Adobe Illustrator, I like using the pen tool to trace around whatever I want to make. So in this instance, Numi's horns. And I just traced around. And the reason why I use Illustrator and the pen tool specifically is because it creates anchor points. Anchor points are, I guess, the equivalent to pixels in Photoshop. Usually when you draw around something, it's drawn in pixels. And then if you zoom in really close, you can see each individual pixel, right? I'm sure you all have blown up a low-res image and seen all the little pixels. The way Illustrator is different is you can make an anchor point here, make another anchor point here, and then curve the line that they're connected to, like this. So it doesn't have to be straight, you can curve the line. And the line that this creates is made up of anchor points instead of pixels. And because the curved line is made up of anchor points, you can zoom it in as big as you want, and it will never lose resolution. So that's why I like using that, especially for things that need to be life-size. You can really, really blow up the scale. So usually when I have to scale something to my height, if the image is lower quality, then I usually end up with very big pixelated images that I have to trace over. So in that instance, you can actually trace around what you want to make while it's the original file size. And then afterwards, you can just select all the points that you made, blow it up to the correct proportions, and it will still remain the same quality that you need for printing. And I just print these out on regular printer paper, cut them out with normal paper scissors, and you have a life-size pattern of what you want to make. Same thing for even big things like Tricky's big ears here. So I've made some patterns that required 20 plus pieces of printer paper, and I tape it all together, and then I cut out my big pattern. So you can just like shift around the print on the printing screen to get different angles of it and fit it all on one page or fit it on multiple pages. So make it work for you, depending on what you need. It is always possible. You can always find a way to do everything. So in this case, I'm going to trace one of Numi's horns onto some 2mm EVA foam, also craft foam in another sense of the word. I was talking about pinning patterns down onto the foam earlier. You can tape it down, but then of course you can't trace around the tape because it has, if tape is covering part of it, you have this empty space where you're not able to mark or trace your pattern. So I usually just hold them down, but if you really want to guarantee that your patterns are not going anywhere, you can use pins, like sewing pins, and you can pin directly into the foam. You have to be careful though, because it does leave little pinholes. If you don't mind little baby holes, then, that's totally fine. That's up to you. But sometimes if you want stuff to be really detailed and have a nice clean finish, you might not want that. depending on how thick your foam is and how deep the holes are. You can always just fill it with a primer and sand it down. Tips for armor? The thing with asking for tips is not to ask very broad questions, because it's like, what kind of armor are you making? Are you making a bracer? Are you making a pauldron? Are you making a helmet? Are you making a breastplate? All different techniques and tips for all those different things. And then it's also, what does the armor look like? Is it historical armor? Is it fantasy video game armor? Does it have to look larger than life? Do you want to make it with, you know, time period era materials? Very, very, very broad question. How do you make this? A better question to help narrow it down would be, how do I make greaves? How do I make stuff like that? How do you work with foam for armor? How do you make chainmail? Things like that. It is a lot of armor. But I would be happy to help if you have a more specific idea of what we're working with here. Because there's lots of different ways to do one thing. I'm gonna cut this out, and because, so you can see Numi's horn, it has this sort of rounded piece. Let me go this way. It has this round piece here, and that's just the way the art is drawn. But because it's gonna be sticking onto a headband, we kind of want to flatten this out, sort of like this side is. But I also don't want to leave out this little curved part, because that it's sort of like an important part of the horn, and the shape of the horn, I should say. So I'm just gonna start cutting, and then I will kind of whittle it down as I go. Cut out my little foam piece. Would it be easier to make the cut into the headband? What does that mean? Cut into the headband. There's different ways you can use to attach it to the headband. The headbands, by the way, are... I have a whole baggie of these for all my friends. Metal headbands. I think these are 5mm headbands, so they're very sturdy. And so these will go on the headband like that. Like that. So I think what I'm gonna do is sort of try to follow this line. I think I'm gonna leave this curve, but make it more like that. And I will cut it there. Cut. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna cut those last. So again, we want to cut on the inside of this line here. We don't want these to be too big. I'm all about accuracy when it comes to cosplay. Snip, snip. You want to cosplay 2 different characters? What characters? if I may. What is that? Huh? I don't know what this is. A popcorn kernel? I don't remember the last time I had popcorn. I don't know how I got there. You're cosplaying Ace for Anime Expo J. God damn. Too bad I don't still have my Ace cosplay. Using this to cosplay Numi VTuber. I am using this as fun stream content because I love crafting and I figured why not show all you guys how I make stuff. I always talk about how I cosplay on a professional level. I've competed. I've been doing this for 10 years now. So I kind of wanted to show you guys a little bit. But I figured, why not make stuff for my friends? So that way I could give them these cute little handmade gifts. And then maybe when we're all invited to another convention together, like WeebCon or something like that, you know, something in person, we can all put on our little headbands and just like dress up all cute. Like our VTuber models. Okay. Base Numi horn shape. I think I wanted to have it at the same base curve, but I think I might actually... I'm also not sure where on this headband I want this to be. I might want to cut it at a different curve. But you know what, that's okay because we can still use this. Doesn't have to be perfect because we're just going to be putting foam clay on top of this. So another thing that I want to do, so I'm going to be using wire. This is just 12 gauge craft wire. And this is how I'm going to be attaching it to the headband. You could glue it, but there's always a chance for glue to kind of snap off. But if you wrap wire around the headband, that's not going anywhere. So I'm going to have this wire. I want to make sure it's long enough. And then kind of bends. And then about that long are my wire cutters. Got these bad boys. Snip, snip, bitch. And we're just gonna cut these like that. So here's another thing with Numi's horns. On one of her horns, she has piercings, like little earrings on her horns. So these little holes here mark where the holes in her horns are, at least on her left side. So I want to make sure the wire is close to the top here. It's also another reason why I am using foam as a base, because if I were to just sculpt the horn on the wire, I wouldn't know where the wire is, and then if I were to poke a hole through, you might see the wire, and then I won't be able to fit a little piercing inside the foam. So I want to make sure that I take that into consideration. I'm always like 10 steps ahead of everything. Because I'm not so sure how drilling a hole through this wire would work. It also might compromise the structure a little bit. But speaking of the piercings, I do have things for those. I have a couple different options. The first being, let me grab them. So ideally, I want to use these. I actually tried, so the problem with these is that these are just straight up, like, metal circles, right? But I had to try cutting these, so I cut these with those little wire cutters. So I cut a little hole, and I think I'm just gonna try to bend these into shape. These are way too strong for me to bend with my hands. So I bent them a little bit with these like plier cutter wire stripper things. But I'm gonna have to grab another kind of tool, like tweezers to clamp these with, so that way I can pull these apart easier.
Is there a reason, if any, as to why you use scissors instead of a scalpel, Sinder 6400 skull?
Hi, Droid. Holy shit, thank you so much. Thank you for the 10,000 bits, thank you. Scissors instead of a scalpel? Yeah, so I have very shaky hands, and if I were to try to use something like this to cut with, you know, I feel like I would have shaky curved lines. But you absolutely can. I usually do that for thicker foam pieces, but for thin foam like this, I feel like I have a little bit more control with the foam scissors, but it's really up to you. Whatever you feel like. So, this is my first option, the most ideal option, I'd say, because they're nice and smooth. Hold on, let me zoom in again on Numi. Actually, now that we're only focusing on the horns, I can kind of zoom this in a little bit more. I'm so sorry, Numi. Hold on. I'm gonna crop her again. That way it's just the horns. Let me add this now. Where is she? There she is. Okay. Now we've just got the horns here. I can put them right here. Numi's lurking. She's so cute. So, you can see the little metal rings that are on her horns down there.
So does adding horns make us horny?
Yes.
Cinder 6 Pyro Pups, Cinder 6 Pyro Sip.
So the nice silver metal loop-de-loop. But I have to kind of finagle with the pliers, especially to loop it through the foam, and I don't want to scuff up the foam because I want to do the piercings last when everything's painted, so I don't have to worry about maneuvering around the piercing and getting paint on the piercing or anything like that. So, as a backup, I also have these. These are just jump rings. These are just regular O-rings. They already have, it's so hard to see with my camera quality and focusing, but they already have cuts in them because these are made for jewelry and linking pieces of jewelry together, so they're meant to be opened up and clamped back together. But they're not as thick. Well, there's some, these are about the same size. And you can see the difference in thickness. I just feel like it looks a lot more like Numi's piercings than just like kind of having them too thin. But at least have it as a backup just in case these don't work out like I want them to. But that's our plan for the piercings. But that's after all the foam clay stuff. Yeah, the thicker ones do look better. Thicker is better. Alright, I'm just gonna pinch the wire a little sharper at the top. So that way it fits a little bit better. So while I'm shaping this wire, I'm also going to multitask a little bit. I am gonna plug in my hot glue gun. This is seen better days, definitely. How long have I been cosplaying for? 10 years? I have been using the same exact hot glue gun for that time. 10 years. This belonged to my grandmother, Papa Wolf's mom. She's not around anymore, but she always lived really close by. And she had a bunch of crafting stuff. She had a sewing machine, and she had hot glue guns, and pins and needles, and all kinds of stuff. So, of course, since I live close by, and I wanted to make stuff.
One-Eyed Zerx, captain of the Pirate Pups. We're setting sail for the Grand Line to search for the One Piece. Who wants to join my crew?
I'm the captain. So, when I first started wanting to cosplay and make things, craft and make costumes and stuff, I went to her because she had all the crafting supplies, and she let me borrow her hot glue gun forever. She also, my dad taught me how to use the sewing machine, but it was her sewing machine that she gave to me because she wasn't really using it anymore. And so I still use her hot glue gun, and I still use her sewing machine. Both desperately need to be upgraded. I actually do have 2 more hot glue guns. One of them's bigger and more of a higher temperature, and the other one is small, but it doesn't have a trigger, so you just kind of have to push it in while you're gluing, which is a little inconvenient, but I do have 2 other ones. I have 3 other ones. I actually have a wireless one. I forgot about that. But that one's a little tricky to use because you have to always have batteries and stuff in
Look
there.
at me, Cinder. Look at me. I'm the captain now.
I'm looking away. But yeah, that's why this glue gun looks like shit. Especially because it's white, so you can see all the crap on it. There's literally like fur everywhere because I've hot glued fur with this. I've hot glued velvet. You can see little velvet speckles.
Seeing my beautiful streamer without a massive box cutter and claim it's a scalpel is a unique chuckle. Cinder 6000.
Well, I didn't call it a scalpel. It's just any kind of craft knife. I just prefer utility knives to cut stuff with because they feel better in my hand than like a tiny little detail knife like an X-Acto blade. Is that the kind of... I mean, scalpels are used for emergency rooms and surgeries, so it's kind of funny that you're calling craft knives scalpels like we're doing surgery. But thank you, Troid. Thank you. Thank you for the 10k bits again. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, this usually heats up pretty fast. I like to feel the sides of the heat gun here. If it starts to get really warm, until you know it's ready. You can also see the glue starting to drip out because hot glue guns get hot and then they heat up the little glue sticks that you put in here, and that's how they work. Yeah. I Uno reversed. Teferi, thank you for 12 months. Thank you for a whole year. Thank you. So I'm just gonna... This has a little stand to kind of stand it up, but then the glue will like drip on the surfaces sometimes. So I guess I'd be careful. I'll usually put like a piece of foam or paper. Let me grab one of those. Just to prevent drip drops. Oh, I have this one. I've got this one.
How do you think I lost my eye?
So,
Obviously Cinder botched my surgery with her box cutter scalpel.
I am not licensed. So, what we're gonna do is hot glue the wire to the foam in the exact spot that we want it. So that way we can avoid getting this in the way of our holes. So I'm going to cut out these circles here where the piercings go. I'm just gonna make a little line down the middle and slowly cut just generally
Sinder
the shape.
is a back alley surgeon who
This
uses
doesn't have
box
to be
cutters.
perfect.
Got it, Sinder 6 noted.
Yeah. I do surgery on foam and paper and warbler and all kinds of weird materials. I'm a cosplay surgeon. I can fix up cosplays no problem. Boop, boop. Speaking of cosplays, y'all should totally come to Off
Good morning, Sinder.
No
5:30 in the morning. Slept 2 hours. Waking up to my favorite tuber. I
You
love
did
these
not get
chill
enough sleep.
crafting streams. Also, I wanted to ask
Yeah.
if I can hug you at TwitchCon.
Yeah, of course.
Actually, really nervous to meet you guys in person.
Aw.
Peeposhy.
It's a peeposhy. Peeposhy. Hugs are 100% welcome as long as you have showered and you are wearing deodorant. Please don't be that person. If you're smelly, I will probably politely decline. Also, don't be creepy. Another big one. Being nervous is fine. I totally get that. I understand. I understand nervousness. I get a little nervous too. But hell yeah, I'm so excited to meet you guys. Off-Kai is literally this upcoming weekend. I can't wait. It's gonna be so much fun. But yeah. Y'all should totally come see me at Off-Kai. If you like cosplay especially. How long am I gonna be gone for? Probably a little under a week. And then...
Crap, that cuts out 90% of pyro pups.
No, it doesn't. Pyro pups are very hygienic. Alrighty. So that's roughly where the holes are. And my hot glue gun is nice and warmed up now. Zoltharius, thank you for 7 months. Thank you. So I'm gonna put a little dab of glue, just kind of in the middle there. I have a low temp hot glue gun, so this cools very fast. I also have no fingerprints left. I have smushed my fingers in hot glue many a time. Another thing with hot glue, so of course you can glue foam together very easily with hot glue. It's very user-friendly. You get all these hot glue webs everywhere, which are annoying, but you know, it's a very solid way to attach things together. However, if this were to be exposed to extreme heat, it would remelt the glue and everything would kind of fall apart, depending on how you're attaching stuff. So we don't want we don't want that to happen. Ritz Live, thank you for subbing. Welcome. And Teddy, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Pyro Pack, you guys. Why is the top of Numi's head just here? Because I'm making stuff. And I need a reference.
So the best serial killer is a master level cosplayer.
Let me move her a little. I don't know if the best serial killer is. But I'm a master level cosplayer.
Yeah, no,
Your
I'm no
favorite
fan of
hellhound
big
is?
crowds or California. No offense to anyone who lives there, just not a fan of dry heat.
Me either. But all my friends are there. And those are where the conventions that invite me to are, so... I do a little bit of flying. Alrighty, I'm going to bend this out a little bit more. Just like that, like right along the top there. I mean, I hate all kinds of heat, so...
Oh, we're not your friends? Just because we live in other places? I see how it is.
I mean... not to get parasocial, but... technically... Not all my friends live out there, but most of them do. Or at least in that general area. Ugh, all these webs and... It's been a hot minute since I last used hot glue. I'm gonna put a little bit more on.
Just kidding, Sinder lol. Sinder 6 hearts, Sinder 6 pyro up.
Let me get in there. Could use contact cement, but I really don't want to inhale any toxic fumes this time around. Because I think I inhaled a little too much of that stuff last time, and I wasn't feeling so good the next day. So... let's not do that. Okay. We've glued down half the wire. And you can still see generally where these holes are gonna be. Now I'm gonna bend the wire on the other side. This other side doesn't really matter. This can be down the center. The only reason why I wanted to line this up on the top edge is to avoid blocking where the holes are supposed to be. Although I might do another method with these horns. And I'll explain why. So, another technique that I will be showing you guys during my crafting streams, especially with these horns, is resin casting, making silicone molds and then casting it out of resin. With Numi's horns, it's a little bit different of a story. So I was definitely planning on... So, okay, let me go over the techniques really quick. So Numi's horns I was going to sculpt out of foam clay. Vienna's horns... Well, here we go. Numi's horns. Foam clay. Vienna's horns were going to be cast out of resin. And then Tricky's horns, because of how many there are and they have a little more of a bigger, complicated shape. These are all going to be 3D printed. So we'll get to those when we get to those. But these two specifically. So Vienna's horns, if you look at her references, they're pretty much symmetrical on both sides. So I can make a horn shape like this. I guess the small one, for an example, is similar to this other horn that I have, in the sense that if it's on this side of the head, it's the same as if it were to be mirrored for the other side of the head. So it's a pretty symmetrical horn shape. It's not like, you know, half of it is at a bevel or it's kind of curved one way. It's pretty symmetrical, and it's the same for this horn. It's just a different shape. You know, at least the symmetry line down the center, down the middle,
I bet you can do plastic injection
even.
molding with just the mold.
You could, yeah.
You're the heat source. Or maybe the heat source is actually slain Pyropups Cinder 6 Flame
No.
Cinder 6 Pyro
I
Blue
like to
Cinder
keep you
6
guys
Blue
around.
Flame Cinder 6 Pyro Angry.
So because these are symmetrical, it's easy to make one sculpt of this horn, one sculpt of that horn, make a silicone mold, and then cast each horn twice. So I'll make a mold. Let's say, we make a mold of this, and then we cast it once. We have one of these, cast it twice. We have 2 identical horns, and then we would be able to have them even on both sides. So technically, I only have to make one of each of these if I'm just going to be making a mold to cast them out of. I was going to do the same thing for Numi's horns, because Vienna's horns I can do... Actually, no, I might have to do 2-part molds for both of them. I was going to show you how to do a 1-part mold and a 2-part mold, because their techniques are a little bit differently. But for Numi's horns in particular, let me zoom in so I can show you exactly what I'm talking about. So you see how her horn has this sort of curve here? It's sort of like an indentation. Like there's a little bit of definition. And I kind of marked that on my pattern here. So this line indicates where it's sort of kind of sunken in at a bit of a bevel. And in order for me to do a mold of one horn, both sides have to be exactly the same. Because if I have this little notch sculpted on this side, if I were to flip it around for the other side, I have to make sure that same exact notch is on the other side, or else looking at them both next to each other as horns, they would look different if the front and back weren't exactly the same, because essentially I'm making a copy of this twice and then flipping it over to the other side. So both the front and the back has to be exactly the same. So I have to make sure it's perfectly rounded and symmetrical front and back. If I want to make a mold out of it, I could just sculpt it twice. That might be what I do. But either way, we'll just see where things go. See if I can get it to look symmetrical or not. And maybe we can do a couple different resin mold castings. I think that'd be really cool. Make them perfect. I'm going to try. I'm going to try my best. So making sure that glue will hold okay. Make sure there's enough glue in here. Gluey, glue, glue. Glue, glue. Lord of Death, thank you for 2 months. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, we have this glued down. Now again, we have the glued base, so that way we won't glue over the holes for the piercings. But also, this will give us a little template. Oh, there's the foam clay. A little template for the foam clay to sculpt on. So, let me show you what I mean. Let me unplug my hot glue gun first and set it aside. Again, the metal tip of the hot glue gun gets very, very hot, so make sure you don't touch it with your bare hands, or else it won't be pleasant. Thank you for the merch order, by the way. Thank you. Hold on, give me 1 second. 1 second, sorry. Okay. Okay. Foam clay. Oh, let me make her smaller. Just a little smaller. Sorry, I'm like working at the same time. I know I shouldn't, but business is business. Okay. We'll have just one horn up because people are like, why is Numi there? I'm making Numi horns. Numi horns. Numi horns. Numi horns. Ugh. Okay. This is foam clay. Again, for those of you who are just tuning in now, we're working with foam clay. It is clay. No, it is foam. It is foam with clay-like properties. Mm-hmm. Holy shit, droid.
Are you using headphones to listen to your alerts?
Yeah. I use headphones when I stream. Uh-oh. I'm breaking immersion. Hi, Hazumi! What's up? Nice to see you. Foam clay is so goated. I love it. I remember when I first found out about this stuff.
Sinder is getting horny with Numi.
Don't do it again.
My
I'll be a good
life
boy.
was changed.
I'll be a good boy. I promise.
Anyway.
Mommy, don't hit me.
Anyway.
Why'd you have to?
I'm gonna make a little sauce.
Don't do
I'm gonna
it.
make a little
You're hurting
foam
me.
clay sausage.
Why'd you have to be such a bitch? Why don't you fuck up and die?
Just
Why
gonna
can't
use
you just
this to
fuck up
sculpt.
and die? Why can't you just leave her
Numi's
and die?
horn.
Never stick your hand in my face again, bitch. Fuck you.
And we're gonna
I
use-
don't need this shit. You stupid, sadistic, abusive fucking whore. How would
so
you like
sorry.
to see how it feels, mommy? Here it comes. Get ready to die.
Oh my goodness. I'm also gonna grab my little cup of water. This is just for smoothing out the foam clay. I'm just gonna, maybe I shouldn't put it near my stream deck. So I'm gonna make a little sausage. And who said I ever hated cock?
You got
Cock's great. It fills all your holes.
Absolute
No,
W
my
of a
friends
sound
in
alert.
chat. Guys are always embarrassing me. So I'm going to make a little sausage. Ooh. Sausage. And I'm just gonna press this in here. So that way I can kind of sculpt around the foam shape. So I don't make it too big. Not too big. Not too small. Just right. When that alert gets yeeted, it'll be a good day. You don't like it? Gonna do... Actually, I made this piece a little thinner. So I'm gonna put this piece on this side. It's spammed too much. That's why it's 5,000 bits to play. So essentially, I'm just covering this little horn piece with all the clay.
Hey chat, remember the woo sound alerts Sinder used to have?
Nope. Not at all. I have no idea what you're talking about. Ooh woo? We don't ooh woo in here. That was like subathon days. That was a long time ago. That was almost a year ago. Alrighty. So we kind of have a base layer of foam clay on here now. We're gonna smooth things out and sculpt as best as we can. As best as... Am I building a Gundam? Yeah. I sure am. Gundam Tanaka. How's Mama and Papa Wolf doing? They're doing good. Very good. Well, it feels like it's been a little bit since I last hung out with them. I should do that soon. Before I leave for off-kai. They watching stream? Last time I called them out, they were, but it is pretty late. And they have work in the mornings, so they're probably not watching this late. I'm just fleshing this out. Fleshing out the horn. Yeah, my parents are always watching my streams. They're very supportive. Very supportive wolves. Alright, so I've got the base horn shape down. Let me grab my handy dandy tools. I bought some sculpting tools that will help me. There's a whole bag of these bad boys. There's like 3 different kinds. I think I'm gonna go with these for now. Let me open them up. I think I want sort of angled one here. So these are silicone tipped sculpting tools. If you were to use the hard, wooden or metal sculpting tools, they pull at the foam a little bit more than these silicone tipped ones do. So I'm just gonna push in to really get the foam clay in there and define the inside a little bit. Okay, I think I want to get some more foam clay and build this up a little bit more to make it more round. Grab some of this. Get some more of this. Yeah, that's the stuff. Yes, I am in my bikini. Thank you for noticing. Push these off to the side. Definitely here for the bikini. That's it. That's the only reason. No way. Bikini day, why? Because it's summertime. Summertime. And I want to use this outfit. I want to use my bikini while I can. Let me build up this. Yeah, summertime crafting. You can use it in the winter also? I guess you could. Not my winters though.
You're in a bikini?
Yeah.
Gasp.
Sarah, thank you for 11 months. Thank you. Okay, so I've never made horns like this before. I'm just kind of going with it. I think it would have been better for me to use a couple layers of Warbler to
Your dick break hard like a metal.
to make the understructure, because the foam is flexing a little bit while I'm trying to sculpt on top of it. So it's a little difficult to maneuver. Let's see, I'm going to wet my finger. And smooth this out a little bit. Blend these as best as I can. Water helps smooth out the foam clay, and it also prevents it from starting to dry out a little too soon. So it rehydrates it a wee bit. It technically is air dry, but don't confuse this for air dry clay, because air dry clay, I just have had such bad experiences with air dry clay. It tends to crack very easily. I like oven bake, like polymer clay, if you're using clay to sculpt with. But this is foam clay. So, it's a little more forgiving, and when it cures, it becomes soft like clay. You need the rum? What rum? I don't have any rum. I don't think I've ever tried rum. I don't know if I like rum.
I'm gonna head to bed, but before I go,
Good night.
I've got some ideas on what I should start with for that publishing company, but need help picking. Chat can contribute to if they'd like.
Hell
Here
yeah.
goes: steampunk murder mystery plus bounty hunting, murder mystery between two jobs, murder mystery involving welding, or murder mystery on a cruise ship. As you can see, a lot of murder mysteries.
Okay, so this is my crazy brain, right? I really love specifically trap room horror. Like Saw, like Danganronpa. Like, if there's a scenario where there's a person or group of people trapped in a room and their life is in danger or at risk, I love that shit. So, the cruise ship one kind of reminds me of like murder mystery on a train, or, you know, locked in a building with a bunch of other people and they can't escape, especially if they're on a cruise ship. You know, being in the middle of the ocean, that's like another factor that will kind of scare a lot of people, especially in that situation, in that scenario. So I personally think that would be super interesting. But that's also just my weird, dark interests. Yeah, cruise ship would be great for murder mystery, especially because if they're all trapped together and there's like a crazy killer on the loose.
Oh God, Cinder, please be careful. That bikini probably is no safe working outfit. Also saw your eye makeup tweet. Stunning look for sure.
Thank you.
Also will attach Peeposhy to my cheers since I love the way TTS says it long.
Peeposhy. Boop, boop. I think what I might do is sculpt one half of Numi's horn, wait for it to dry,
Just
and then
got
do the
home
other
from
half.
work. Yes, it is midnight, but I brought ice cream. Just here to chill cause I'm really tired from work.
Hell yeah, I hope you enjoy your chill time with us. Penniless Cloud, thank you for 12 months, a whole year! Thank you. See what off Kai? I will definitely be there. Uh-oh. You should mix alcohol with ice cream? I actually just did that last night. I was at a wedding. Get my tip wet.
Late night demon slaying and Cinder chill.
Hell yeah.
Life is good.
Are you watching Demon Slayer? Season 3? Yeah. No, they don't mix well. That's the whole idea behind that. Yeah, they definitely don't mix well. Just trying to even this out. Doesn't have to be quite smooth yet. I'm just trying to get all like the wrinkles out. Haagen-Dazs? It's been a hot second since I had Haagen-Dazs.
Love the comfy streams, Cinder. I get
Thank
to
you.
watch you with my long-distance girlfriend, and that makes me
Aww.
very happy. Cinder 6 heart.
You're
I
so
can't wait
sweet.
for her poster and plush and t-shirt and waifu cup to arrive. Cinder 6 heart. Cinder 6 rays.
Aww. Hell yeah. Ben and Jerry's? Yeah. Smooth, 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 smooth. Smooth, smooth, smooth. Smooth, 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 smooth. I love the little Pyro Pup sipping milkshake. It's perfect for me. The Cold Stone gang? That's me. Cold Stone's one of my favorite ice cream. There's literally no other ice cream that can ever top Cold Stone ever.
I saw the eye makeup tweet too. You could kill someone if you look that good.
It's just my eye.
And
You
that
guys,
cruise
calm
ship
down.
story is inspired by Death on the Nile cause there is a newlywed involved.
Oh.
But seriously, I'm gonna go to sleep now.
Good night.
Hope the rest of stream goes well.
Thank you. Yo, Cold Stone, if you guys think that any other ice cream brand is superior to Cold Stone, you just haven't been to a good Cold Stone. For real, for real. I hope there's a Cold Stone near the conventions. I'm going to. Ah. My life as Thomas. Thank you for 3 months. Thank you. 5 minutes from me? Oh my goodness. I would have no self-control. Favorite flavor? Peanut butter cup perfection.
I am legally required to say that Brewster's ice cream is better than Cold Stone cause that is where I work.
It's okay. This is the internet where you're anonymous. Nobody has to know.
Cold Stone is the best.
Yes.
There is no debating it.
Hell yeah.
Cinder 6 Pyro Sip.
Is Cold Stone a flavor? It's a company. So, you know, like Subway, right? Subway, where they make the sandwich in front of you and they put all the toppings or ingredients or whatever you want in it. It's like that, but ice cream.
Hell yes. Peanut butter cup perfection.
Yes, yes. So good. So Cold Stone, they have these little Cold Stone slabs that they slap your ice cream onto, and they have these little these little ice cream choppers, and they flatten out your ice cream scoops. They put whatever toppings you want inside, and then they kind of mix it all up together, and they smash it all in there, and then they put sauces and stuff on top, and oh my goodness, it's so good. So good. I'm trying to make sure that these are not too thick. Gets a little sticky when it's so too wet.
At Brewster's we have a peanut butter cup sundae with 2 scoops of ice cream,
Yummy.
warm peanut butter, hot fudge, crushed Reese's Cup Sans whipped cream and a cherry.
There's this one Sunday kind of thing at a local ice cream shop. And it's like a bunch of chocolate ice cream. Little mini Reese's peanut butter cups, like the little baby ones. And Reese's Pieces. And peanut butter sauce and hot fudge and whipped cream. But they're not just toppings. It's like all the peanut butter cups and stuff is all mixed in to the cup of ice cream that it comes in. So it's like a whole ass bag of those little mini peanut butter cups. And this is one sundae, and it's way too much every time. It only comes in one size, so I usually have to like eat it over the course of like 3 days. Oh, but it's so good. So yummy. I'm gonna put a little bit more. On the other side of the horn.
For me, though I do love ice cream, my go-to treat is just a cup of Dairy Queen hot fudge.
What?
It brings me so much joy and warmth, and
Really?
always confuses the workers when I ask for it. Lol. Helps 100% after breakups too.
Aww. Damn. Just a cup of hot fudge, huh? Although I do love me a good peanut butter cup blizzard with chocolate ice cream. But for real, nothing beats a cup of ice cream, any flavor ice cream, with hot fudge. Oh, just the warm, fresh hot fudge. It's so good. Caramel? I don't like caramel. Mochi ice cream! Yes! Yes. That is a big yummy from me. Kid Emperors, thank you for the gift sub. Rainbow sherbet? I mean, maybe. It's like chocolate covered strawberries. Kind of a deal. It's like that. The foam clay rubs off on my fingers a little bit. Eating my way through the first attempt at the Gamer Subs ice cream? You're like an ice cream machine. That sounds yummy. Gamer Subs ice cream. Oh my goodness. Make you hangy? What are you, angry? Don't be angry. Have a nice, fun, comfy stream time. Oh, hungry. No hungry angy. No hangy angry. Hangy hangry. Hangy angies. Yeah. So, we're slowly working our way to the Numi horn sculpt. Slowly. I think I'm gonna get another sculpting tool out. This time, one of the bigger ones. Ooh, root beer flood. That sounds so good. I'm gonna get another one of these, but bigger. Yeah, hangry is a thing, yeah. I get hangry. Hangy and hangry. Yes. Long claws? I do have pretty long claws, huh? I got them coat every now and then. You're pretty tough, though. Yeah, my wolf claws. Oh, I forgot to wet this. It sticks a little to the foam clay if I don't wet it first. Boop-a-doop-a-doop. Tico Dineco, thank you for 2 months. Thank you. You do be sculpting.
Well, I'm getting tired as well. Good night, Cinder and chat.
Good night. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you so much. Sweet dreams. So you could sand this down. You know, if you didn't want to get the sculpt too perfect, you could just sand it. But trying to sand in these little crevices here would be quite a bit of effort. So I'm trying to get this as smooth as I can. Am I gonna wear these to TwitchCon? No, but Numi might. Mayhaps. We can also test. They're looking a little too thick right now. So I'm going to push some of this clay towards the other side. Just a little too thick. Just a little bit. My dexterity. I'm very dexterous, aren't I?
Hey Cinder, you cutie,
Hi.
can't wait to get my signed poster. I'm
Hell
getting
yeah.
a frame for it too. Love you, Cinder, you're amazing. Cinder 6 word.
Thank you. You're so sweet. Aww. Oh my goodness, you guys. I saw like pretty much final updates for the cosplay of myself. And I started bawling. I started fucking crying so much. It's just like so surreal. It's like I felt really bad because I didn't have enough time to make it myself. So I commissioned a really good cosplay friend of mine, and she's been doing such a good job. And like I gave her a little bit of trouble. Because, like, you know, cosplay can be kind of stressful when things don't work out right away. And my design's kind of complicated, and I felt so bad. when she was like racking her brain trying to figure out how to make some of the parts. But like now that it's like pretty much all put together for the most part, and like I saw like everything coming together finally, I started crying. And I even told her, I was like, you realize I am going to cry like a little baby when I put this on, right?
Oh my god, you're so fucking cute!
Thank you. Do I carry a lot of things when I cosplay? I mean, I usually don't cosplay alone. At least for competing, because I was in cosplay competitions a lot. My mom would always come to conventions with me because she always wanted to be there in person whenever I competed. Like, she wanted to be in the audience, watching me up on stage. She never wanted to miss, she never did miss a single competition. So she would always carry some things for me, like touch-up makeup and a little baby sewing kit in case I needed to make any little repairs. She would always also carry around this little handheld mirror just in case I had to like fix my makeup or like my wig or anything. She would hold up the mirror for me while I did that. And she would lug this like this bag around the convention. She'd carry water and snacks for me. We love cosplay moms. Have I ever cosplayed as a One Piece character? My very first cosplay was a One Piece character. So yes, I definitely have. And I want to do more.
Sinder, I made you a little gift for TwitchCon. Shall I tweet hi beforehand to you or shall I surprise you?
That's up to you.
Also, Mama Wolf so cute for the support she shows.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to round this out. Yeah, I'm thinking I should sculpt the other side after this one cures. Thank you for the goodies! Is foam clay expensive? No, this whole bucket I think it was about $11. But I like to order it from Lumen's Workshop, which is an Australian-based company. So shipping might be a little costly, depending. But even so, the foam clay is very, very affordable. I'm pretty sure you can also get it on Amazon, but I just don't trust other brands because I'm not sure how it's gonna
Are you making these for Numi to wear?
Well, I'm making these because I've been wanting to make stuff for a while now, and I figured, why not make stuff for my friends? She doesn't have to wear these, but if she wants to, she can. I will definitely be giving them to her.
After spending the day in the Texas heat and with the chill vibes, I'm heading to sleep.
Good
But
night.
before I go, here's my Cinder tax. See all you
Thank
wonderful
you.
people next time.
Thank you so much, Dan. She would, 100%. It's hard to say no to handmade gifts, I suppose. think I had a little too much foam on here.
Boop.
Boop. Thank you for the 1,000 bits, Neil. Thank you. Let's bust out the clay.
Sinder, just so I know,
Sculpting
when
tools.
will the poster be shipped? Sinder 6 noted.
I don't know.
That's awesome. They are coming along great so far.
Thank you. Definitely a little time consuming, but I just want to make sure I get the shape as close as I can, because then it's a little bit harder to work with this stuff after. When it dries in 48 hours and you realize you screwed up, is there a way to fix it? Yeah, you can sand this. So it becomes just like foam. So you can sand it with sandpaper by hand or a Dremel, like a rotary tool. You can also cut it, add more to it. Oh, yeah, depends. You don't like using sandpaper? I think it's kind of relaxing. It just makes a bit of a mess, depending on what you're sanding and how much you're sanding. You used to like sandpaper in your tongue, Jay? Why were you licking sandpaper as a kid? That's what I'm curious to know. Do I even want to know?
Love you, Sinder. You are so cute and amazing. Sinder 6 hearts, Sinder 6
You're so
melts.
sweet. Did you want your tongue to be like a cat's? Don't cats have like sandpapery tongues? He's trying to be Jay Meister. Can't believe I just said that. Jay's a cat now. Sandpaper tongue. Curiosity set in. He just said lick it when the intrusive thoughts win. When they just take over. Discovery of wet sanding was a blessing? Yeah. You can get some really smooth finishes with wet sanding. I'm gonna take some of this material off. You're getting it a little too thick. Ziggy, thank you for 6 months. Thank you. Droid!
This is so comfy and dosing.
Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying it here. Thank you so much. Thank you for the 10K biddies! Again! Thank you. Droid loves to give. Droid is so generous. Super generous. I'm very grateful. Very eternally thankful. Very much so. I'm gonna start crying. Maybe.
I love matching my name color to the bit donations.
It's a pretty good match, huh? It's a match made in hell. Thank you so much. I feel like it doesn't feel real. Like, holy shit. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Like, really, I'm very, very grateful. And I just hope that, you know, you're still taking care of yourself. Joy!
Speaking of unmatching your bikini.
You are my sunglasses. And Numi's horns. Holy shit, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I'm definitely gonna be able to buy more materials for more comfy crafting streams if that's what you guys like. So thank you very much. Sorry, I'm trying to focus, but I'm also trying to make sure I'm able to chat with you guys too. I've never was the best sculptor, so I'm also trying to improve my own abilities and techniques. Sculpting's never something that I would usually do in my craftings. Really, the first time I used foam clay was when I made the first super crown for my Buette cosplay that I wore to WeebCon. Other than that, I hadn't used it for anything. Computer sculpting? I have made 3D models before, but I made them in Tinkercad, so they're relatively simple geometric shapes. I could probably learn with enough practice. I did try using Maya before. I also hear Blender is a very good 3D modeling program. Yeah, Tinkercad. Tinkercad's very beginner friendly. Blender's great. Yeah, I think it's just something that I'd need more practice for. And I just don't think I'd have the time to really dedicate to learning something like that. Numi's horn design seems complicated. It's complicated in the sense that it's kind of like a normal shaped horn, but it's hollow. So there's a bit of a, how does this work factor to it? Another reason why I considered casting Numi's horns out of resin is because since I'd be able to make multiple copies of these horns, I could make one pair of horns that look normal, and then I could make another pair that are the broken lightning horns. And I could kind of do like this little floating particle illusion with some of that clear warbler that I was showing you guys earlier.
Still up for dancing to Crab's music?
I'm always up for anything. It's always a party in here. Thank you so much, Joy. Thank you for the bits. Thank you so much.
Ah,
you,
Plankton. It's a beautiful day outside.
Let me pause the music.
Fish are swimming, anemones blooming. On days like these, shrimp like ye should be going back to the chum bucket. This is Crabs, back together. And you'll never get ye hands on me secret formula because I'm so much redder. And me atmosphere's so much wetter. The two of us have got the secret sauce. Come at me, you're no match for me big meaty claws. Let's go, Plankton and Crabs.
Let's go, I'm Armor Abs.
Go ahead and try to steal it if you're able.
Yeah.
Can't you see that me restaurant is stable? I can see you hate the way I run me business. But you're mad cause the chum bucket's finished. And you don't get a single drop of gravy. I fought into old roars in the Sea Navy. If you take SpongeBob's brain, he'll just mess ye up. Cause me fry cook is twice the chef that you are.
I am a crab. Yar. Yar har 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 har. Yar har 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 har. Yar har 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 har.
By Poseidon's name, his power levels are going off the charts.
Say it with me,
How
chat.
is this possible?
I'm about to go Super Crustacean 3. Yar.
This is me first dollar, and this is me first dime. And if you think you can steal them, then you're running out of time. Challenging me would be your single greatest mistake. I'll cut your rear end off and mount it over me fireplace.
Oh, that verse goes so fucking hard. Okay, back to the stream beats jams. Dimes to millions. Hell yeah.
Mr. Armor Abs Crabs.
Party time over. Work time again. So we're making progress. It's a little thick still, so I'm gonna try pushing some of the excess to the back to build up the back a little bit more. Droid!
Wounded I unlocked the new skull, Sinder 6500 skull.
Look at it! Oh my god! Holy shit, Droid! Thank you so much! Thank you! Thank you for another 5,000! Thank you, thank you! Amul, thank you for 13 months! Thank you! Get my little sculpty-doo out. Better not make me cry. I'm gonna Gonna use my tears to wet my foam clay now. It's gonna hit me. It's gonna hit me. Don't you worry. It'll hit me. It always does. Whether it's on stream or off stream, it always finds a way. Thank you for the merch order. Enjoy your hoodie and poster. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back. Welcome, welcome. Alright, it's starting to stick again. Am I making my horns?
Oh my god, you're so fucking cute!
I don't have horns. Unless you're saying these horns belong to me. Now I do. I just like making stuff, and it's even better if, you know, it's something that will mean a lot to my friends. Get in there.
Stop making me horny!
No. I am taller than Numi. Yes. That is a truth statement. Numi is at Awuga height. My favorite drink?
I love Sinder. She's so hot and sexy. I want to get a 3rd-degree burn on my my pussy.
Bao is also at booba height. I like strawberry daiquiris. Those are probably my favorite. I talk about those a lot. I usually get them without alcohol though, just because I think they're super yummy. Top tier? Hell yeah. Am I that tall or are they that short? I'm average height. I'm average. I'm pretty tall if I wear heels though. All the pirate pups that have seen me in person can confirm. What's average? 5'5.5" inches. 5 feet 5 inches. 5.5. 5 feet 5.5 inches. The half is very important. Makes a big difference. Smooth, smooth. Gotta include decimals. I makes a big difference. Because I'm not exactly 5'5", but I'm also not quite 5'6". Yeah. All my paperwork and records do round up. Technically, I am not 5'6". So you feel a bit better? I'm fine with my height. I'm literally average. You're so short. And then meanwhile, when you see me in person, everybody's like, wow, you're taller than I thought you would be. Crazy how that works.
Birthday howl.
Hello!
Sinder 6 awoo.
Happy birth! What size is Lily? I don't know. I have not yet met Lily in person. I think we're starting to get a little bit closer to the shape that I want. The wire's getting a little exposed, so I gotta cover that up. No, sleepy. It's been 3 hours already. Time flies when you're crafting. I might do more sanding than I thought I would. Just because sculpting is definitely not my forte. I would say fabrication is. Like armor and props. I guess this is considered a prop, but I usually don't sculpt props. What material is it? This is foam clay. Size doesn't matter, personality. Of course size matters. I don't want a small plate of food. Pile up my dinner plate, baby. I'm here to eat. Use a high grit sandpaper for sculpting? It depends. Normally, that is ideal to use a higher grit just because it won't tear up the foam as much. But if you added like way too much, let's say if this was double the thickness that we needed it, then you might want to use a lower grit sandpaper just to get the bulk of that off. Or even use a rotary tool to make it a little faster. Down bad for some steak right now. Dinner tomorrow. Maybe even lunch. Maybe breakfast. Why not? Might pick up sculpting for cosplay purposes. Yeah, if you want to sculpt stuff, foam clay is the way to go. If you're going to be sculpting something that is going directly onto another piece or being used as a piece, I'd say sculpting out of clay, it's like, you know, proper clay, might be easier. If you're going to be casting or using it to make a mold out of. But definitely if you want something lightweight to use as a sculpt for whatever you're doing, foam clay is great for that. T1G, thank you for 4 months. And Mickey, thank you for 7 months. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Ooh, barbecue. That sounds so good right now. I ended up having sushi. I tried a new kind of sushi today that I've never had before. It was called peanut avocado. And I was like, huh, peanuts in sushi? I've never heard of that before. Avocado's not like my #1 thing. But I was like, you know what? I'm gonna try it. And my verdict on peanut avocado sushi is the peanut was very pleasant, but peanut with the avocado, because avocado's very creamy, it felt like eating crunchy peanut butter kind of, but the avocado has the avocado flavor, so it was a little confusing for my mouth because I thought I was eating creamy peanut butter, but it didn't taste like creamy peanut butter. It was interesting. But you know what? I'm glad I tried it. You should always try something new, because you never know, you might like it. Crunchy peanut butter is scary to eat. I don't mind it. You know, sometimes I want a little crunch. I'm gonna binge watch anime, but I feel like you're cheating on me. Go watch your anime. There's always gonna be another stream. Don't you worry. Treat yourself. Do what makes you happy. Get caught up on your anime so you don't get spoiled accidentally. Or if you want chill vibes, feel free to hang around. You wipe this off again. What am I making? This weird thing on screen. This thing. Opinion on fish? The animal? Pretty cool. But eating it? Too stinky. And even if you say, but Cinder, this type of fish isn't stinky. No. All fish is stinky. I have a very sensitive sense of smell. Very strong sense of smell. To me, all fish is stinky. This weird thing? Rip to all the fish out there. I just said they were pretty cool as an animal. I just don't want to eat them. Stinky, but it's tasty. Whatever I smell, I can taste. And I do not like the taste. I've tried fish. I've tried fish too. Even though I didn't like the smell, I said, you know what? I will still try it. Because it might taste different to me. And every time I try fish, it is always quite unpleasant for me. So that's my opinion. How is it cooked? All different kinds, all different ways. Although, I don't mind shrimp tempura. I don't mind crab tempura. I don't mind imitation crab. That's in certain kinds of sushi. Although imitation crab is, I think a couple different kinds of fish, depending. Just kind of shredded up and mixed together. It has to be like a certain way for me to kind of enjoy it. And I think I also wouldn't like it if I just ate it alone. I think it has to be like in sushi or with something else. If that makes any sense. Oh. I actually haven't tried sashimi. I'm a little nervous to try it. I'd want to try it at a very reputable sushi place.
I had a fish taco made with mahi-mai. It tasted just like chicken.
Oh yeah?
So I feel like it depends on how the fish is prepared and the water it comes from.
Oh, definitely. 100%. Yeah, I'd want to go to an authentic sashimi place where they know how to properly prepare it and make sure I don't get, I guess to lessen the chance of me getting sick. I got an itch, hold on. Good night, Jay! Do I play any instruments? Not anymore. I used to play trumpet, baritone, euphonium, and tuba. Beef tartare? That's another one. Gotta be careful with that. Do I get sick easily by eating seafood? I think I only did once. But that was also with grocery store sushi. Surgeon, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs! Thank you! Thank you, thank you. Okay, we're getting there. Trombone? I'm not so sure about trombone. I like the valved instruments. Maybe like French horn? I could play alright. Pretty close. I'm gonna smooth it out some more. Yeah, I was in a concert band. I did march a couple times, but I wasn't actually in marching band. I was like, that ain't for me. I also didn't have the marching versions of my instruments because I preferred playing baritone and euphonium the most. And unlike a trumpet, can't really march with those very easily. Yeah, orchestra gang, concert band. Valve trombones are a thing? How's that possible? I mean, they got a spit valve. They don't have like the piston valves, do they? Do they have a slide and piston valves? Favorite genre of music besides rock? Well, my favorite's metal. So besides metal, rock? I also really like EDM. I really like symphonic metal. Played viola. Ooh. I've always loved those kind of string instruments. I was always personally a fan of the stand-up bass. I like the beefy, deep notes.
You like metal?
Yeah.
Hell yes. My fav band in Metallica.
Nice. Mine's Avenged Sevenfold. You like jazz? My band director really wanted me to be in a jazz band, but I guess I just wasn't feeling it. Probably because he wanted me to play trumpet, and I preferred the bassy stuff. Pixel Jalopy! Thank you for 4 months. Thank you. Making a bit of a mess. I'm not a huge fan of country. Not exactly my cup of tea, but you know.
Would you like to do some brass instrument live streams?
The problem with that is that I don't own any of the instruments anymore. And also, you know, unlike, you know, guitar or piano, I wouldn't really be able to talk very easily with those kind of instruments. I feel like a lot of people tune into my streams
Time
for
for
my
me
wife.
to head out. Have a great rest of your night, Cinder.
Good night.
Catch you in another stream.
Hell yeah. I'll be around. Keys, thank you for 6 months. Making a mess is normal in arts and crafts? Hell yeah. Especially in cosplay. Not only like messy materials, but also just like sometimes I'll have foam scraps and fabric pieces just strewn about my whole house, just everywhere. Kitchen table, spare bedroom, my bedroom, sometimes even the bathroom. Things got a little crazy sometimes. Triangle is an instrument? It is! Yeah, cosplay stuff? Mm-hmm. So it's like the kitchen is where, you know, the biggest table at the house is, you know, the dining room table, or the dining room, I guess. And that's what I use for sewing, and I'll have my sewing machine and some fabric pieces out there. But then sometimes I also need a lot of floor space to cut out big pieces of fabric, so I'll go to the living room where there's like, you know, big empty areas for the living room. So then I'll have all my stuff out there, cutting fabric, and I'll go back and forth between living room and the kitchen sewing stuff. And then there's a spare bedroom like right next to the kitchen with a full-length mirror, and so I'll go in there. And then I usually work on the floor in the spare bedroom because it's a spare bedroom, but there's like a TV and a couch in there, so I guess it's more of like a den, like a hangout kind of room. And there's a lot of floor space in there, so I'll just sit on the floor and craft stuff and watch TV. And then when I gotta go back sewing, I can just go to the next room and go back to the kitchen. And then the bathroom gets messy, especially if I'm getting ready. If I'm getting ready in the bathroom, then got all my makeup stuff out, my contact stuff sometimes, colored contacts, which is a whole other, I guess, cosplay tip video, just talking about wearing colored contacts and safety with that, because those can be pretty dangerous. Those can damage your eyes pretty bad if you're not wearing them and storing them properly. Living alone with your parents? When I was bigger into cosplay, I was living with my parents, but right now I just live with some housemates. I'm sure my parents miss the crafting mess in the house. Maybe they don't. Maybe not. Are contact lenses hard to put on? It depends. Definitely for the first time, there's a bit of a learning curve.
What do you think of the game Trombone Champ? Also, there's a hybrid instrument called the Superbone, which is both a valve and slide instrument.
Oh, Superbone. I don't know if I want to Google Superbone, but thanks for sharing. Trombone Champ was a lot of fun. I played it on stream a little bit ago. But yeah, contacts. So if you're not used to regular vision correcting contacts, then there's a bit of a learning curve to colored contacts. But if you do wear vision correcting contact lenses, they're pretty much the same. You can actually get contact lenses in different like strengths, different powers, depending on what your vision correctiveness, I guess, needs to be. But yeah, it helps just kind of practicing, like just making sure this is big, making sure your hands are clean, you know, soap and water, and don't dry your hands on like a cloth towel or anything, because there's always fibers from the towel that could get on your hands and in your eye. There's, you know, bacteria that could potentially be on the towel, especially if it's been used before. And there can be the tiniest little cloth fiber on your finger, and if that gets in your eye, it will feel like a rock. It's like your eyes are very, very sensitive to even like the smallest little things. And if it gets under your contact, like between your eye and your contact, then it can be even more irritating, and you can actually get corneal abrasions, which are cuts and scratches on your eye. So you definitely don't want that. So make sure everything is clean, you know, shake the water off your hands before you try putting in contacts. But what you want to do, contacts will either come, or at least colored contacts will either come in little blister packs or vials. Vials are really, really hard to open. But they're in either these little tiny glass jars, which are the vials, or they're in these little plastic, little bubble packages. And you just kind of peel the package open. And they're always sitting in saline solution. And saline is eye-safe liquid, I guess, that keeps the contacts hydrated. Because if you just leave them out in the open, they will dry up and get all crusty and hard. And if that happens, don't put them back in your eyes. You know, I've tried rehydrating the contacts before, but, you know, just to be safe, try to prevent that from happening in the first place. Even though you're opening up the contacts for the first time, don't put them straight into your eye, straight out of the saline solution they were shipped in. You should always clean them first. Cleaning them does not mean rinsing them in saline solution. There's special contact lens cleaner that you want to use to make sure they're clean. And then you use the saline solution to rinse the cleaner off. You are going to want to make sure that the cleaner is fully rinsed off, because the cleaner will sting if it gets in your eyes, so you'll feel a little bit of burning, and you don't want that. So you should make sure that your colored contacts, or contacts in general, if you're thinking about vision correcting contacts, definitely do your research. But yeah, be careful. Another thing, if you're considering on getting colored contacts and you don't already have contacts, is to go see an eye doctor, just to, you know, make sure your eyes wouldn't there's like a bunch of different eye shapes and eye curves, and sometimes people have like astigmatism that prevents them from using contacts. So you want to make sure that they are safe. You also only want to buy contacts from FDA approved websites. If the website does not say that it is FDA approved, then do not buy the contacts from that website. Contacts are normally pretty inexpensive. I say they're about $20 for a pair of colored contacts. And they last usually about a year. Again, if your contacts have been out of the factory packaging for over a year, do not continue to use them past their expiry date. That's a bad idea. They have an expiry date for a reason, so please keep that in mind. You know, it's like they're only $20, so, you know, it's not like they're hundreds of dollars for one pair of contacts. It's not like they're only single use. Yeah, you don't want your eyeballs to fall out. Definitely not. Please stay safe. Yeah, make sure your contacts are clean. Make sure, you know, you don't get anything in your eye. Another thing is to be very careful when handling the contacts, because they are pretty thin, you know, to fit in your eye. They can potentially rip. You can rip contacts. And if there is a rip in the contact, no matter how small, you might not even see the rip, it could be that small. You will feel it, and it will not feel good. So please be careful not to rip your contacts. And keep them stored in a contact case. The little ones with the little
Sinder cosplay crafting stream. Let's go.
Hey Ash! Yeah, we got another one. We're making Numi's horns today. Yeah, they're coming along. Oh, and Joshua, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome. Thank you. So yeah, I know somebody asked how hard it is to put the contacts in your eyes. Something that a lot of people don't think about until the time comes is taking them out of your eyes. I remember my mom told me when she first put in her contacts, she was never told how to properly take them out, so she was kind of panicking. Hi, Shucks! Look what we're crafting today. Check it out. And is easy out as the hard part? You know, actually, I find it easier to take them out of my eyes than to put them in. Taking them out is difficult if you have nails. The horns that turn Natalie into your boss. You get contacts, putting them in for the first time is interesting. Yeah, it depends. It's okay if it takes you a couple tries. You know, if you blink when you're trying to put them in your eyes, or you know, if it falls out, sometimes it doesn't stick quite all the way to your eye. Like, all that stuff is okay. Want to try contacts just so you can do stuff without worry about glasses? Yeah, no, that's 100% valid. I would definitely talk to an eye doctor first. But I think a lot of the vision correcting contacts have like a special cleaner, because they're usually a daily wear. Although sometimes there's daily disposable contacts, so there's a couple different kinds that you can get. Why are my boobas so big? Because my mom also has big boobas, and it's in my genes. Yeah. Carrying around a bottle of eye drops. Yeah. For any kind of contacts, because the thing with contacts is it's essentially just covering your eye, and your eye needs to breathe, so it's kind of like suffocating your eye a little bit, so it gets dry because your eye's not getting the proper moisture. So eye drops are amazing. Am I cosplaying as Numi for Offkai? No. There's another special cosplay that I'm doing for Offkai. Well, maybe if these are done in time for Offkai, I can bring these. I'm not sure. I don't have as much time to work on cosplay as I used to, so I just do it when I can, whenever I have a little crafting itch, and I figured, why not stream it? Why not? Y'all aren't ready? Shocks, I was just saying earlier that I got, like, pretty much final update images of the cosplay, and I started crying. I can probably show you, but it's so exciting. So yeah, guys, you might want to check out the cosplay event at Offkai if y'all are going. Just saying. No reason. Saturday night, main stage. Going to NYCC. Have fun. Good luck on your cosplays. Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you. Maybe I'll try to get these done this week, or the next couple days. We'll see, we'll see. I should wait about 48 hours for this foam clay to fully cure, and then I can sand it and make a silicone mold and cast it out of resin. That's only if I can get it perfectly symmetrical. I might end up making another one of these to have one horn for both sides. 2 horns for each side. Astro project to Offkai. I'd also like to bring it to Anime Expo, but I'm not sure how it will be with traveling because I am flying straight to TwitchCon Paris from AX. And I don't know what my luggage situation will be. Because I'm probably going to want to get a lot of stuff at conventions. Traveling soon? Yeah, I'm going to be traveling in a couple days. For Offkai. Very excited. Yeah, I'm going to Offkai next week, or this weekend. I'm going to Anime Expo in about 3 weeks. And then TwitchCon Paris right after Anime Expo. And then I will also be at TwitchCon Vegas. My traveling arc. There's a VTuber management panel at Offkai? Yo, are you a panelist? Red, are you hosting a panel? Yo? Who's manager? I wonder. Racking up the miles? Yeah, the fly points. Hell yeah. You just be holding your head in your hands. Not like this, emote. It's a group therapy session for the manager. Oh my goodness. I hope it's recorded or live streamed so I can watch it later. That would be so funny. It's like they all take turns sharing their worst stream moments, or their worst moments with their streamer. Red's like, I had Waffle House one time, and now she calls me the little waffle boy every day. Managers gotta put up with a lot of stuff, let me tell ya. They gotta put up with VTubers. That's already in and of itself a lot. A lot. Luke Shin, thank you so much for the raid. Hi, everybody. Hi, raiders. Hello. My name is Sinder. I'm the Hellhound VTuber. Oh, woo! Today we are crafting. We're crafting horny VTubers. My friend Numi! We're making her horns. I also have patterns for some other VTuber friend horns that I will be making later on, but we're starting off with Numi for right now. Thank you so much for sharing your community with me. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for following. I hope you enjoy your stay. It's just been a really comfy stream today. Very, very comfy. We got the chill lo-fi music. We're at the beach. Y'all got fan service. It's been a great day. Thank you again, and I hope you get lots of rest after your stream tonight. Today, tonight, whatever time it is for you. W fan service. I gotta use my bikini outfit while I still can. You guys. I'm making such a mess. Thank you for subbing! Luke? Lou? Thank you. All you see is a skull zipper? You noticed my skull charm! Wow, they usually don't notice that. Made you look? I'm gonna have a lot of cleaning to do. Beach episode. It's like a beach episode pretty much every day. Every day. In the summer. As an anime girl, we can have a beach episode every day if I wanted to. Nice charm, you looking? So, Raiders, a little bit of explanation, backstory, some lore. I have been a cosplayer for 10 years now. I compete on a professional level. I am a master level craftsman when it comes to cosplay competitions. And I decided to incorporate crafting into my streams because it's another thing that I'm very passionate about and I have a lot of experience doing it. And so this has also been like an advice stream about
Your dick work hard like a metal.
things that I've learned. That's my interpretation of Squidward singing CPR, by the way. But yeah, I'm working with foam clay right now. This is a clay-like substance that when it cures over 48 hours, it turns into foam. Yay! It's been a night. I'm just trying to do these. I think I'm gonna get these as smooth as I can and then just sand the rest. Just sand it down. Sand it nice and smooth. Bum 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 ba da ba dum ba dum ba dum. Time to go?
No, Mom!
Have a good night.
Don't do it again! Don't do it again! I'll be a good boy!
With the
I'll
Raiders?
Be a good boy! I promise! No, Mommy, don't hit
Chat,
me!
I'm not like this.
Why'd you have to hit me like that, Mom?
I'm not like
Don't
this.
Do it. You're hurting me! Ah!
This is
Why'd you have to be
karaoke.
such a bitch?
It's karaoke.
Why don't you fuck up and die? Why can't you just fuck up and die? Why can't you just leave her and die? Never stick your hand in my face again, bitch! Fuck you! I don't need this shit! You stupid, sadistic, abusive fucking whore! How would you like to see how it feels, Mommy? Here it comes, get ready to die!
Why did I say it if I'm not like this? I was a karaoke stream and I was singing. Down with the sickness. The
I can't unhear that.
The dirty version. The uncensored. Unclean. Version. Yeah, the Uwa'a song. Drowning deep in my sea of loathing. Broken your servant I kneel. Will you give her to me? That song. Your mother get up, come on, get down with the sickness. You fucker get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Madness is the gift that has been given to me. I like metal music. If you couldn't tell. Hey, at least it wasn't resurrection by erection. Hallelujah! Resurrection by erection. What was the line? Raise your dick up to the sky and you're never gonna die. Hallelujah. Something like that. Don't ask. Don't ask.
Exit light.
Your dick
Enter
break
night.
hard like a
Yeah.
Take my hand.
Rah!
We're off to Cinderland.
Cinderland. Exit light. Enter night. Take my hand. After Cinderland. Enter Sindman. Sindman. Yeah.
I love Sinder. She's so hot and sexy. I want to get a third-degree burn on my my pussy.
So hot, so hot. It burns my eyes. It's taking shape. It's a little lumpy, but you know what? So am I. Anyway, we were talking about colored contact safety. TLDR. Be safe when you're putting foreign objects in your eyeballs. Just be safe. I think there was something else I was gonna mention about contacts, but you know, we get a little distracted here, especially with all the sound alerts at your disposal. Things do be a little wild.
My gift for Diariku is a Powerwolf Band t-shirt.
Aww.
I didn't know you like Powerwolf too.
I actually, sang that one song during karaoke. And I said, this is funny. This is entertainment. A little cute anime girl singing about resurrecting erections. What does it all mean? Why is she like this? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but you know what? I'm just here for a good time. Thank you for the merch order! Yeah, I showed it to Belle. Yeah, that's right, we rated her after. She seemed to enjoy it.
I think I'm gonna add a little more clay.
Just a little more on the other side. To even it out a little bit, build it up so that way we can sand it down to match the other side a little bit better. Bao's always posting muscular wolves. Maybe I should do some weight training. Maybe then she'll post me. If I too am muscular. Female muscular wolfie. You think she'll like that? Is Bao a furry? She's... Wait. A fish is technically a scaly, right? So that would make Bao a scaly, right? Although she's got the puppy ears and the cat ears, so maybe she's both. Maybe she's a mixture. They do have scales, yeah. We'll see. Bao is Bao. True. Are whales fish? I mean, what is a fish by definition? Technically, no. Mammals? Mammals? They do be my mammals. Caleb, thank you for 6 months. Thank you. That's a bit of a better shape. I can also wait for this to cure and then add more foam after I start refining the shape. And then if it's still a little too small, I can build it up again. I think I will just do that. Because trying to sculpt 2 sides at once, plus front, back, left, right, it's a lot. And then my hands are kind of squishing the other foam on the other side. So I think after this, I will just wait for the rest of it to cure. And then I'll come back to this later, sand it down. And then see where we're at. Training with Buff Pup? Yo, I would be mega swole. Imagine Buff as like your personal trainer. Not Samurai! Thank you for 3 months! Thank you! Although, technically, I already have a personal trainer. Have I listened to any of his advice? No, but, that's not my fault. That's not my fault. I just prefer hip-hop abs with Sean T. Because I love Sean T. My boy. Sean T. The Sinder 6-pack. I used to have little baby abs. They weren't anything notable, but I wanted to get like super fit for a cosplay that I was doing. Because that's how dedicated I am. I decided to get like super fit just for a cosplay. Yeah, little baby abs. I unironically love hip-hop abs. It's so much fun. And Sean is just like has so much energy. And he makes it so fun. And the music is really cool. I remember there's this one part to one of his sessions, videos, where the Don't You Wish Your Girlfriend Was Hot Like Me, like that song came on, and he was like, "This is my song! Y'all are gonna get a workout from me." And I was like, "Let's go, Sean! Let's fucking go! I wanna be hot!" It got me so fucking pumped. That's one of my favorite workout sets. Just because of that part. It's so good. I think it was one of the cardio ones. I don't remember. It is a bop. It's like working out to the beat of the music and dancing and just having a good time with Sean T. Sorry you're late. You're not late. I'm still streaming. Maybe you'd be late if I wasn't streaming, but I'm still here. That's all that matters. What am I applying to the foam? This is all foam. This is foam clay. This stuff. This stuff. Foam clay. So it has clay-like properties. You can sculpt with it right out of the bucket, and once it cures, dries over 48 hours, then it turns into foam, like this. Little foam Squishy foam. Very lightweight. Found a song for the next karaoke stream. Oh no. I don't know about that one. That's looking real nice and smooth. Foam Play-Doh? Kinda, yeah. It's getting there. We're getting somewhere. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high. I don't remember the rest of the lyrics to that song. What am I crafting? Just something weird. Something that looks kind of weird. Recommendation for a mic for making ASMR? Depends what kind of ASMR. Do you want to do like directional binaural audio? Do you just want to do like soft-spoken recordings?
I wonder if Shanti could do a workout for CPR.
Oh my god. That would be so wild. Yeah, 3DO is usually what people use for the binaural audio, like the really, really sensitive mics that they use for the whispery kind of ASMR and the triggers and stuff like that. But really, you can use almost any kind of mic for any other ASMR as long as you're in like a nice quiet recording space so there's no background noise, or as long as you know how to edit out a lot of the background noise. You should be good. For a long time I did audio stuff with a with a snowball, and then I upgraded to a Blue Yeti, and I still actually use the Blue Yeti. I stream with a Shure SM7B, but I actually don't use this mic for audio stuff because I found that I got better results using a Blue Yeti. So you don't need a big, fancy, expensive microphone to make content. Especially if it's edited content where you, because like on this mic I have filters that kind of block out background noise and makes everything sound a little bit better. But some mics just don't work very well depending on the kind of mic they are with that kind of thing. But if it's, you know, edited before it goes up live, then it really doesn't matter as long as you have like proper recording spaces and editing and know-how. Yeah, Blue Yeti. Like, you really don't need an expensive mic. Even to be like a successful content creator, you don't need a big, fancy, expensive microphone. Because I grew my first channel with a blue snowball. The snowball. And then I upgraded to the Blue Yeti, and that's still what I use. Like, you can get that to sound pretty damn good. Don't know anything about editing? That's why the internet is such a useful tool. So many tutorials on how to make your audio sound better, just like in general. The thing is that editing audio is such a pain in the ass. I hate editing audio. Tedious but fun? Definitely tedious. I can agree with you there. Van, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you. Google is free. Yeah. When in doubt, Google. This information is so much more widespread and easily accessible now. I think I'm going to see how if there's like a little bit. I could fix that in sanding. But I think I might even it out a little bit just in case. I also think the wire might be bending it a little. I should be able to sand that out because I do want to make it a little bit smaller than it is right now. And I took that into account when kind of building up this sculpt to make sure that I'd have enough material to sand down to make it extra smooth. I think I'll smooth out the clay a little bit more with the tools and my fingers. And then let this cure. Four hours already. Oh my goodness. Imagine having to find a master craftsman for everything you want to learn. True. And even though I am a master craftsman, there's still a lot that I don't know a whole lot about. I just know what I've experienced and the trial and error that I've spent personally myself working on projects and cosplays. Crafting. 5 hours? 4 hours. 4 hours. Am I hungry? No, I had dinner a few hours ago. Oh. Wait a minute. It's almost 2 a.m. I did not have dinner a couple hours ago. That's also the thing with crafting is that sometimes I'll get so in the zone I forget to eat meals. Especially if I'm in con crunch mode, where I'm rushing to get something finished for a convention. Sometimes I even need to set alarms to take breaks. But with stream, it's different. There's no stress, there's no rush here. We're just all hanging out, having a good time. Super chill. Good vibes. It's also another reason why I don't really compete anymore. It's very stressful. And I feel like the competition scene has become more of who can get the most amount of wins rather than we're all getting together, having fun, learning from each other and all our different crafting techniques and stuff. It's kind of sad to see. I was really discouraged from cosplaying for a while because of that. And also, especially when the panini hit and everything closed down, everybody moved to social media to cosplay instead of doing it at conventions. And then it really became like a beauty contest, which is super toxic environment to be in. And it's really takes a toll on your self-esteem. So I kinda slowly drifted away from the cosplay scene for a while. And that's why I got into YouTube and making content in other ways. And now I'm here. So I'm thankful for the world shutting down, I suppose, because I wouldn't have probably ever considered streaming if that didn't happen. It sucked, but you know what? I got you guys out of it. The wire's bending it a little bit. And also, when foam clay dries, it tends to shrink a little bit. Because the foam can shrink and expand depending on the moisture and just the properties of the foam clay. So the wire also might bend a little bit just as it dries, but it can always be bent back into shape because foam is flexible. And I will be sanding it anyway, so... How long does it take? Usually 24 to 48 hours, depending on how big the sculpt is, but I like to do 48 hours just to guarantee that all the pieces are dry and good to go. I think I'm gonna add a little bit more. Just like the tiniest little bit. It should be more smooth. I don't know. It's looking like a I don't know, man. Yeah, imagine telling a master craftsman how to make something. This isn't done yet, you know? Heading to bed, have a good night. It's not that bad. I mean, this is not what it's supposed to look like yet. Because, this is just step 1. Then once this dries, it gets sanded smooth. And then I can go back in with more foam clay, like a really, really thin layer, and smooth it out even more. Or I can use some filler, like a wood filler, or really anything with filling properties, and then you can sand it down so that way it's more of a hard surface to sand on instead of like the soft squishy foam, to get it as smooth as it's supposed to be. I mean, you can do crafts in one night, but also I'm not really used to sculpting. It's not something that I've really ever done for any of my personal projects. But you know what? It's something that I'm trying just because I figured this was the easiest way to make something like Numi's horns, because they're kind of like a really unique, odd shape. Nighttime, time for some rest. Have a good night. I should be getting some rest soon too. I'm gonna add in that little spot there just because I could build it up a little bit. And then like, it's a little wobbly, but this is kind of the size that I want it to get down to. And so I built this up thicker so that way when I sand down to about here, I can get it more even. They are super unique. Also, foam clay is really, really great for very organic shapes, kind of like bones or fangs or claws or horns that usually have texture, because this foam can get so much texture and detail in it, especially when you're able to sculpt into it. And trying to get this super, super smooth takes a lot more time than building up a rough shape and then just kind of carving a bunch of stuff into it. So definitely want to take my time and make it as smooth as I can. Comfy. Tiring. This is actually like super relaxing. Maybe if we were listening to metal or rock, it wouldn't be as sleepy. But I like a nice comfy stream. Nice quiet and chill. We can all just hang out and I can just kind of mindlessly sculpt. It's okay. If this doesn't turn out good, I just won't give it to Numi. Totally fine.
Miss Cinder,
Hi.
did you know that you're amazing and beautiful and wonderful and we love you?
No.
It's so crazy, Cinder 6. Wow.
No. No way. That's impossible. Not in my house. Okay, we're almost there. Just this one little piece I'm gonna get rid of this harsh line where I added the foam in. Don't down myself? I'm not. This is still very early on in this crafting process. And even if it's not perfect this time around, even after I sand it, I can always keep layering and sanding to get it to exactly the way that I want it. This stuff is very forgiving when it comes to like redoing parts and adding and taking away pieces and material. Okay, that crease will come out with sanding anyway, so I'm not too concerned about it. I got itchy. I'm trying not to get this all over my face. Rome wasn't built in 4 hours. Okay, so this needs time to cure, but I also don't want to just lay it flat because then the other side won't cure and it will also kind of squish the foam a little bit. So what I'm gonna do... So ideally you want like a styrofoam block and then you can just put the little wire pieces into the styrofoam. I don't have that though, so... Hold on. 1 second. I have a box. I got a box. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Hey. There. Now it's standing up in the box. It's not looking so bad, huh? I got tons of boxes in this basement. So I'm gonna let that cure. That would have gone in a little bit easier with styrofoam. Oh my goodness, I made such a mess. I'm gonna clean this up a little. Yeah, I'll get a little rest. Breathing animation. Are you looking at my boobies? I will hold on. I will get some rest after this. But I feel if you got Itashab, yo! Holy shit. That'd be so wild. If you do that, please, please, please show me pictures. That's so freaking cool. And also, take it to your local convention and then tell them to invite me so I can go and see it in person and take pictures with it. That's like a dream come true. Itasha with me on it. Please get some breast soon. I always have breast. Breast is a constant in my life. It's a given. Wata? Wata. Silicone is so easy to clean. Three constants in life: death, taxes, and me having breast. Another thing with getting stuff on these cutting mats is that if something were to dry and get kind of crusty, you can just use any kind of blade or scraper and just kind of scrape it off. Nice. Alright, so today we started making Numi horns, and we also started making some of her little hair clips here. These little hair pieces, her little barrettes. Because I figured just the horns. I'll make something else for her. Because everybody else that are, at least for Vienna and Tricky, who are the other ladies that I'm making cosplay pieces for. Tricky's got the ears and the horns. Vienna's got the little ear floofs and the horns. So these are the other projects that I'm working on simultaneously alongside the Numi horns. I guess next time while we wait for the Numi horns to cure, we can make some Vienna horns. These are probably going to be easier. They're a lot simpler shapes. It'll be more like this other test horn that I've made. This was also made out of foam clay, and it has been sanded with like a medium grit sandpaper. I want to go in with a higher grit sandpaper to really get it nice and smooth, and then I could put probably some wood filler on this and then sand that down even more so it's super smooth. Could potentially even wet sand it. Wet sanding is when you get water with sandpaper, get the sandpaper wet. It makes everything super smooth, super smooth. So I might end up doing that with the finishing on Numi's horns and Vienna's horns. As for Tricky's horns, like I said earlier, I have an STL file for a 3D print. So I will be 3D printing all 6 of Tricky's horns. 3D printing those just because it's a lot of horns and they're scaled down to like, you know, the exact scaling. You know, that's the same exact shape. So I wanted to get them as even as possible. And then I'd also have to do it on the other side. So I wanted them super symmetrical. And then we'll be doing the floofy ears and stuff. So next, I think I'll do something a little less messy. I do have, hold on, I can show you this stuff. This is really, really exciting. Hold on. Hold on. I have some cool things that came in the mail. Okay. So, normally, I wouldn't be able to sew anything on stream because there's not really any room for a sewing machine at my little desk workspace here, but I love hand sewing, specifically fur. Fur is just so nice. So, for the little Vienna floofs, her little dragon hair floofs, I got this beautiful, it looks a lot brighter on camera, but in person it's like a nice deep, you know, darker blue. So this is gonna be for her little dragon floofs. So I'm gonna be hand sewing this on stream, probably the next crafting stream. I'd love to do some hand sewing and to give like sewing tips instead of like fabricating. So this little tiny square fur is all we're gonna need. We don't need a whole lot. It is thinner than I would have liked for fake fur, but it's really hard to color match without dyeing the fur yourself. So this is good enough. It's as close to the Vienna blue color that I could find. And then, so I was debating. So this is also Tricky's ear, right? And this is her ear. Let me hide Numi for now because we're not working on Numi anymore for tonight. So Tricky's ear, I made another pattern because this is the 2D template, right? But in reality, this darker kind of scalloped line is the ear curving over on itself, you know, because the ear has dimension. So I ended up making a little poster board template of Tricky's ear so I could get a more three-dimensional idea of how exactly I should make the base for her ear. So I'm probably going to do some kind of foam or warbless structure. And I said, well, I could easily style this with fur, with all the spikes and jagged parts of it. But Tricky's a harpy dragon, so she is covered in feathers, not fur. And I know that her ears are meant to be feathers and not fur. And I said it would be so easy to just make them out of fur. But my brain said, no, I can't do Tricky like that. She is a feathered dragon. So, I got feathers. I've never worked with feathers before, but you know what? We gonna learn. So this is what the future of arts and crafts will be looking like. I have, let me actually pull up a picture of Tricky so you guys can see what I mean. I'm very dedicated to my craft. Let's see. So one of my Tricky reference photos here. Let's make her bigger. Her beautiful, beautiful face. Although we will just show the ears now, so we have a nice close-up on what her ears look like. So like, you know what I mean? They'd be very easily made out of fur. But I decided to get some feathers. So we have some darker ones for the top, and I can always airbrush these to be a little bit darker. They look blue on camera. They're purple. See, they look purple down here. But they're like a nice deep, very pretty. Hold on. Can I? No, that looks even. Oh, there we go. There we go. See, they look purpley. That's more like the color. They're like a nice deep dark purple. So those are gonna go like, I'm gonna cut them down, of course, but these are gonna be along the outside of this little ear that I'm making for Chicky. And then I also bought these. I know I said I was gonna be using materials that I already have to make all this stuff, but I was like, no. I have to. I was like, I have to make the Vienna fluffs. I have to make the Tricky ears out of feathers. Because I just felt like the look's not complete. You know, I could just make the horns for Tricky, but it's horns and the ears. So these they're like a very light purple. And I decided to color match the very, very bottom of her inner ear because it gets darker up at the top. So I chose the lightest color match I could find, and I'm going to airbrush a gradient to make it look darker. Perfection impulses take over and it just happens exactly. So I'm gonna cut these down, and probably towards the bottom where it's a little fluffy, like where there's like little fluffy spikes, I'm probably going to pull apart these feathers a little bit so that way they fluff up like this. So it'll kind of be like ear floof in fur, but it's gonna be out of feathers instead. So it's gonna be something like this with these lighter feathers on the inside, and then there's gonna be these darker feathers on the outside, and then gradient airbrushed to mix the colors together. And I still have to find proper airbrush paints for these colors, but I think this was the right call. It's gonna be, the color match is not accurate on camera, but I swear this is like the most beautiful purple. Purple's my favorite color, so I fangirl over purple stuff. I can always cut these down to the lengths I need. I think these are like rooster feathers, and these are, I don't remember what kind of feathers. Oh wait, they might say on the package. Goose feathers, yeah. I was gonna say ostrich, but I was like, that's not ostrich. Ostrich feathers are way too big. These are goose feathers, and these are rooster feathers. That's why they look a little different. And I also think that their shapes really match the outer and inner ear structures, but you can easily cut feathers. And another thing, when I was thinking about feathers, is that cosplayers have found so many hacks to make feathers out of foam, especially for my League of Legends players, Zaya and Rakan. They have a lot of feather accents and feather pieces to their designs, their character designs. They've got feather capes, feather ears, feather daggers as weapons, and cosplayers make them out of foam. You know, like bird wings as like angel wing kind of things. They'll make those out of foam. And you never really see people using real feathers like this to make props nowadays, just because foam looks much nicer in photos. You can get like a really nice, crisp, clean look. And that technique I showed you earlier about scoring the foam and heating it up with a heat gun to open up the cuts to create the texture, they do that to make feathers too. So I said I could. There's also a way to cut fur fabric to look like feathers, almost like a scale kind of pattern, and it looks like feathers because it's cut out of fur. And so I was like, oh my goodness, I could use fake fur and cut it to texture it like feathers, or I could use foam to make it look like feathers. But then I said no, I have to do this for Tricky. I have to. So yeah, I am really excited. I've never worked with feathers before, so it's gonna be a bit of a learning curve, just like the sculpting for Numi's horns was. But not only am I showing you guys kind of what I know about cosplay, I'm also learning something new myself. There is a lot. So I will make a base out of foam, but this is so you can kind of see. Hold on, let me put my feathers away so they're not blocking the space. But something like this is what I traced. Like I traced this side over here. I have a bunch of shots of my friend, like screenshots and stuff, and images saved of them. So I traced one of her ears in Adobe Illustrator, but that's not like a 3-dimensional pattern. This is just sort of flat. So I use this to kind of get the general shape that I would need. And then I cut so much of this off because the curvature has to fit around your head because her horns are so high up. You know, the angle is super duper high. So I have to make sure that, you know, the angle isn't cut out like this because her ears aren't sticking out that far. You know, when they're just kind of standing up, they're a little higher. They're higher pointed on her head. So I wanted to make sure they were cut at the right angle and the right height and length. And also this base structure does not have to be as tall as her ear because the feathers are also going to add some height to them. So I'm just really excited. So that's why I wanted to make this little mock-up template. Essentially what I did is I just traced my original pattern on here, and then I used this mark. You can actually cut this out and then flip it over so this kind of lines up more or less, and then you take into account how much extra space you need to fold it over, and you end up with your pattern. It does make me really excited. And then don't even get me started on hand sewing fur. I do have this other thing that I started hand sewing. I'm not gonna show it yet because it's something else that I'm working on. But I don't want to get this fur all dirty. It's so hard to get like a color match on camera. Does this help? No. Focus, focus. It looks way too bright on camera. It's like a nice deep blue. I guess it kind of looks a little better like that. Making headpieces for everyone. Really, I'm just finding excuses to craft because I love cosplay and I love crafting. And I figured, why not make stuff that not only you guys will recognize, but also gifts for my friends. So yeah, we've got the Vienna floofs that I'll probably start hand sewing next crafting stream. I really want to start hand sewing tonight, but I'm kind of tired and I need to get some rest. Probably do some hand sewing. We'll see. I might stream tomorrow, or I guess later today. Wednesday, I'm gonna need a lot of time to pack everything, make sure I'm good to go for Offkai, because I will be traveling right around then. So it might just be today and tomorrow that I'll be able to stream before I leave. But I will be back the week after because it will be my 1-year debut anniversary. It's gonna be so crazy. I'm so excited. We're gonna party and have a fun time. And then the next week I'm going to Anime Expo and then TwitchCon Paris. So it's gonna be very, very busy for me. Lots of traveling, lots of running around, and I'm probably gonna be very tired, so I might need a little bit of a break when I get back from Paris, but we'll see. I want to do lots and lots and lots more crafting streams. I want to do so much for my friends. It's just so much fun. So it makes me really happy that you guys enjoy these crafting streams and you think they're comfy and you guys seem to, you know, learn a little something or at least take something away from my crafting streams. So that makes me really happy. Yeah, let's go. Oh, I think I got hair in my mouth. Vienna hair. Professor Alvin, thank you for 8 months. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I got my water. Ooh, it's kind of yucky. My foam play water. Learned a ton. I'm glad. Thank you. It means a lot to me. So, yeah, I think we got enough accomplished today. 1 year anniversary, it's the 25th. 25th of this month. 6/25. Learning a lot. Aww. Yeah, we used Warbler today. We used more foam clay. I talked about other crafting techniques, and I'll be able to show you guys more new things next time. I'm not sure when that will be. I might do something different tomorrow, but we will see. Who is online for me to say hi to? Yuzu's online. Yuzu's online. Let's go say hi to Yuzu. Thank you guys so much for hanging out, spending time with me, having a nice comfy stream today. I really appreciate you. We're gonna go send some love to Yuzu. So hop on the Yuzu raid train. Let's go send her lots of love. Yuzu. Thank you guys so much. I'm very sleepy, so I'm gonna get lots of rest after this. But hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. Again, I'm not quite sure with all this convention stuff happening and preparing and getting ready for all that. But thank you for putting up with my guerrilla impromptu streams. Have a good night, everybody. I will see you next time, whenever that may be. Hopefully before I leave, so I can say goodbye. Good night, sharks. Don't work too hard. Take care, you guys. Mwah.